You are watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly video podcast, featuring the Tandy Color computer. We spread the love to the past, present, and future for all models, including the original color computer, the Coco 3, and the world-renowned exclusive French-Canadian Coco 2.
CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS 80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks and grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to CoCoTALK episode 146. Today, our special guest host for hour one is a man you know very well. Don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nick Marotta.
Hello, thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I have nothing better to do, so
Okay.
Someone didn't type audio on.
I'll check it.
hey, when that happens, start from the beginning.
This edition brought to you in sign language.
Sorry, guys.
Hello?
I fixed it. Carry on.
Can you hear?
Yep.
Let's make sure they can hear first.
I confirm you hear
Chat room,
me?
confirm that you can hear us.
Terry Streeton says we hear, so continue on, Nick.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your host for Guest One. Don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years. Nick Marotta.
The non-mime version.
Rise and shine, woodchuck chuggers. It's apparently Groundhog Day. Welcome to CoCoTALK. We're doing this again, and I thought we'd just start at the beginning and circle through everybody and with quick intros, and then we'll come back and fill in some more details. But first, we have our
Space and I, because we're out here in the sun baking.
Anyways, okay, so we'll start with our very quiet, demure, hardly know he's there guy, David Ladd.
Hello, everyone. I'm so glad everybody's here today. Are you ready for a great show? I certainly am, and it's going to be a great day. It's nice and sunny in Nebraska where I'm at, and I'm sure it is in Florida. I don't know about the rest of the world, but I hope everybody's ready. Let's move.
Great show. Which show are you watching?
Our show.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. You said you're waiting for a great show. I just want to verify.
Oh.
All right.
Already.
Well, welcome, David. So good to have you, man.
That's twice with David Ladd.
Well, you know, it was it's worth doing. It's worth overdoing. Next up, we have a very nice guy, chat moderator, Apple expert beyond belief, Mark Overhoser.
Why, thank you. I don't know if I'm an expert, but I've done this a bunch. So anyway, glad to be here.
Glad to have you here. Next up, from the land that we're not sure exists, Australia, we have our very own David O'Connor.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here again, even if I'm not hearing videos. I'm hearing pictures and sound.
Eyes on the road, man. Eyes on the road. And just a hop, skip, and a jump from David, we have our other resident Aussie, Nick Marentes.
G'day, everyone. Ready
Good day.
for another show?
G'day.
We really appreciate you and David joining us, because there it's what, like 4 a.m.?
5:39 a.m. here.
Yeah.
Five here.
Oh yeah, you're in a weird half time zone. So anyway, we're
Yeah.
really glad you guys join us every week. It's a real dedication. We really appreciate that. All right, next up,
we can.
now we have the guy who dreamed this whole show up, and for some reason we followed him, except I think he just disappeared. I think Stevie's gone. All right, we'll wait for him.
Oh, Stevie's here right with me, right here.
Testes,
name
1, 2.
disappeared from the list.
Testes, 1, 2.
Stevie
Yeah, well,
Stowbridge,
Hello, Hat.
streamer,
Well,
entrepreneur.
we're in the same place here, but he just lost his connection. But we're right here. We're at Orlando HamCation,
We're
where
hearing from Jason the Cocoa Man right
Hi, Mom.
now. So we have Jason and Stevie doing it together. Here we go.
right
Go
we're
ahead.
here at Orlando HamCation, and we're in the parking lot right now because we just picked up a bunch of stuff, and hey, there goes a golf cart. We had I picked up I got in the habit of start picking up big heavy items. I picked up a satellite dish, and then we went around a corner here and we saw I spotted a direct connect modem pack, which right down there, but I don't know if I want to move the phone. I might.
Oh, we might lose our satellite uplink.
Stevie, could you get that, or we maybe I don't want to move the phone. We got to. The bandwidth is really horrible here.
It's clear where you got it right now. Keep your eyes in that spot and your head tilted
Right
on an angle, because it's good right now.
Well, I spotted this direct connect modem pack.
It's
Oh,
a
Coco
modem.
stuff. Well, Coco stuff, and the
cool.
guy's like, "Do you guys Coco stuff? Oh, you guys serious? Yes, we're serious. Do you not see the shirts that say CoCoTALK? Yes, we're serious." And I picked that up for like $15, and picked up a interesting item. It's a Cantronics pack, and pictures of all this stuff is in the CoCoTALK library on Discord. And but we have it's a ham radio, like it's like a ROM pack with a wire come out of it, and here we go. There it is. It's got the fellow's a ham that we got this from, and so it's
that's cool.
Yeah, he wanted $20. I got him down to 10. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do with this, but that's kind of a interesting color computer item. And for $10, I take it. For 20, I was kind of like, I don't know. So, so that's what we did there. Is
Is it
Good
HF
demo there,
Bench?
Stevie.
I guess it's just a serial port.
He said it was for it was RTTY or RIDI interface for the Coco, and
oh, okay.
And while we were there, Stevie picked up. He also threw in a multi-view manual and a photocopied Coco 3 manual, and then Stevie picked up. He picked up a FD500 here, dual drives.
Hold yourself, David.
Easy there, David.
Yep.
Dual drives.
Dual drive.
With controller. Although controller's over there. So,
Oh,
and a grease
yes.
monkey.
Oh,
the
yes.
grease monkey? No grease monkey weasel. Didn't see any grease weasel. I could not. I can still not find. I still need to find that grease for the grease weasel to make it work. And of course, you got a Coco 2 here for
what's the model number and serial number? What's the
model number and what's the serial number?
That's a 2631227B. Bravo. 227B. So that might be the T1.
That looks like an 8, Stevie.
B?
An 8 or B? I can't tell.
That looks like an 8.
Looks like a Bravo to me.
3127A.
263127 Bravo.
Okay, Bravo. Oh, and what's the serial
Made
number?
in Korea. Serial number 2129648.
That might be a T1.
Repeat, 2129648. Bingo.
Hold your cards. Bingo has been called.
64K.
Plug it in and press Shift 0. Let's see the lowercase.
So that might be a lowercase. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll have.
It could be a T1 model.
Could be a T1 model. Yeah. So
You can
I
verify
guess
that.
that'll have to be
pass it on.
that'll have to be verified later, and you'll just have to tune into a future episode of CoCoTALK to find out. Because we'll keep everyone in suspense there. And Stevie's very low key hat there. It's I have not lost him today.
Lovely.
Low visibility there.
Your Majesty.
Yeah. Now, usually at an event like this, you see a lot of high vis, but it's still stuck out. I've been very happy with that. So, but yeah, no problem finding Stevie. But we would walk around, but the cellular coverage is really horrible. We were getting like 2 bars. We tried some things earlier from inside, and we just kept dropping out. So we're out here, way out in the parking lot, and it seems to be okay. But wanted to at least stop.
He just jinxed it.
Spoke too soon.
All right, I believe we'll be talking to them again later in the next hour. Is that?
I hope so, because one story I wanted to talk to Stevie about that he posted about too. So hopefully,
I think they're gonna pop in and out.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, so that was Stevie and Jason. Okay, next up we have our resident game expert who has about 99% accuracy rate as far as I'm concerned. That'd be L. Curtis Boyle.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. How are you doing?
No, not too bad.
You know the 1% I'm talking about. But you're pretty knowledgeable.
I try to be, or I make it up. One of the two.
That's right. Things going well with you?
Yeah, not too bad. Getting busy with work, so my G Shell stuff's kind of on the back burner again until I get a break.
Oh man, someone's got to start paying you to do NitrOS-9 stuff.
I'm open to that.
All right.
Great timing for our big ease of use commercials and updates today.
Next up, we're jumping around a little bit. Okay, next up we have Michael Furman.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
How you doing? How are you?
Good. I want to give a very quick update on what's going on here at home. Everybody has returned from Hong Kong. My wife and my brother and sister-in-law, and everybody's fine. So
good.
That's
excellent.
So they had a little trouble with my brother and sister-in-law had a little trouble with some flights being canceled and had to shuffle things around, but picked them up yesterday afternoon. So everybody's back here.
Checked out or anything?
What's that?
Come back.
Do they have to be checked out at all or anything?
No.
Any quarantines or anything? Nothing like that?
No.
Come back without the beer virus.
Hong Kong is not. I think they still have like 20 or 30 confirmed cases or something like that, and the only one death was somebody who got the virus who was also sick with something else. So the situation there is a lot better than in than across the border in mainland China. So there's no quarantine or anything. Just from work, I still have one more week to work from home. So, but hey, I'm enjoying it. Back to you, Nick.
All right. Thank you for the update. That's really good news. We're happy to hear that. It's been quite a situation. All right. Next up, we have. Sorry, you guys are jumping around again. Next up, we've got Terry Stiggy.
Hi guys, how's it going?
How you doing, Terry? Mr. TDP.
Hey, Terry.
Long time no see.
It has been. I'm sorry about that. I missed you guys.
Really good to have you here again. And
Yeah, absolutely.
okay. Now, next up, we have Bill Noble.
Hello.
Hello, Bill.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Pretty good. It's been a little while since I've been here.
Yes.
Another Canadian.
We're taking over. All right, Bill. Thank you for being here. I didn't do Brian yet. Did I? Brian, Music Man Schubring?
I'm here, everybody. How much of a voice did you want today? My regular voice or the voice from way down under?
I'm just watching your arms detach themselves.
Yeah, that's pretty clever.
You know, I would really like the Doom voice.
Get that pitch shift.
And here is the voice of Doom. And we're going to helium.
It's kind of
you're using a
demonic Alvin the Chipmunk there.
I guess you're using a multi-effects processor there. What are you using?
I'm using.
Still using.
I'll bypass that. I'm using the Art Multiverb 3. I picked up for a few bucks and that, and using the keyboard to control the some of the patches.
It's all via MIDI, I guess, is it? Or?
No, it's not just by MIDI. You can set it and just set the some of the settings and where you go. But you got a whole bunch of different 200 memories that you can set up, and then you can use MIDI to flip to different if you effects and
Different
such patches. If you need to.
Yeah,
different patches.
Right.
So I'm just having fun with it a little bit and just doing stuff.
To get back on track, we need to connect the Coco 2 to it and use a MIDI pack in the Coco to control your Darth Vader voice. Then we're on track, on topic.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. And last but not least, I assume you're going to talk. We have the man behind the curtain who's controlling the tech and making us look like we have some idea of what we're doing. Mr. Rob Inman.
Good morning. Can you hear me, Nick?
Hello, Rob. Yes, we can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm super excited. As you can see, my Muppet avatar changed over the past year from Beaker to the Sam the Eagle as I
Sam's a great
grumpier and more bitter. But I'm really excited about the new year. I think we're going to talk a little bit about our what we want for the Coco, and I'm really excited to talk about ease of use today. And actually, real quick, I just want to make sure we have time for Bill Noble. Curtis, were you going to talk a little OS9 with Bill at any particular time? Were you still planning to do that today?
Yeah, I mean, if other segments don't go too long, we'll talk about using NitrOS-9 and the Coco in actual business use, which Bill and I did back in the 90s and early 2000s.
How much time do you have with us, Bill?
Oh, I'm here for a while.
So do you want to hold off on it, or do you want to do it first?
Yeah, we'll do that hour too during my segment.
Okay.
Curtis, it's CoCoTALK. I haven't seen a long segment ever.
No.
What were we very talking? Professionally run.
Well, we done about 2 a.m. So.
We're trying something different. We're trying to be somewhat professional. We'll see how that goes.
Why start now?
What does that word mean?
Well, thank you, Rob, for handling the tech and the production and keeping us in line. And you did a fantastic job. All right, so I thought we'd go through. So that was our quick introductions. Now I'd like to talk about any updates, acquisitions, anything that's happened to you in the last little while that's worth sharing.
Nothing worth sharing.
I have my. I'll see if I can get my camera working here without scaring everybody off. because how do I do this? How do I flip that over? Can I flip that over? Oh, you silly thing. Wait, let me flip it. Hang on. That's not good. Oh, come back to me. If someone else has got something, I'll see if I can get my camera
Okay.
working.
Nick Marentes, I'm going to force your hand and just ask you how Gunstar is coming along. What's the what you're working on with it now? Just final touches?
Final touches, yeah. It's all ready to go, but a few extra little things I'm wanting to add in.
Yeah.
Should be able to announce something hopefully next month.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. So little Tandy elves are putting them in boxes as we speak?
Yeah.
That cheap
4,000 of
Australian
them.
labor.
Yeah.
Well, I know we're looking forward to that. It's going to be you're going to be pushing the envelope of what the Coco 3 can do. So we're looking forward to seeing that. Anybody else have anything they want to talk about? Unless David is ready. Oh, okay, Michael.
Hey, haven't been doing a whole lot of Coco stuff the last week because I've actually been a little bit busy with some work. But one thing I have been working on is I'm using an Altera DE1 to learn FPGA programming and also to learn the Verilog language. So I think I have some cool ideas, but I
Which
have to learn
language?
Verilog. There are two. I'll just hold up the board real quick so that everybody can
Isn't
see
this
what
the one
I'm
that's used for the Coco
see what I'm
FPGA?
talking about. So
Yeah.
this is the same board that you use for the Coco 3 FPGA. This particular one I have here doesn't, the Coco 3 FPGA is another board that you put on top of this, but this board is designed to teach people how to use the FPGA, which is this chip right here. And there are two different languages you can use to program this chip.
Oh, okay.
And one of them is called VHDL, and the other one is called Verilog. And Verilog is a little bit for somebody who already knows, is a software engineer like me. That's my education is computer science.
Right.
Verilog is a lot easier to learn because of the structure of the language. So the DE1 board, if you get it with the box and the CD, it comes with a whole bunch of educational materials, including labs and tutorials, and it comes with all the software you need to actually, this is designed for college courses or for people to actually learn the technology. So instead of just using it for a Coco, I'm actually using it as it was designed to learn how to program the FPGA to operate, all of the hardware. I've been playing with these switches and LEDs, these switches and LEDs here, just doing really simple stuff so far. But over time, I will advance. So anybody that I have the boxes on the shelf up here over my shoulder. But anybody, I have a whole stack of them up there. Anybody that has those boxes and actually has the CD, you have everything you need to do this to learn this already in the package. You don't even have to download anything. Although getting a newer version of the software would be useful. So I'm just using that, and this is something I've wanted to do for a number of years, and I sort of made a goal that this year would be the year that I'd sit down and learn it. So.
All right. Good stuff. Thank you, Michael. David, are you ready? David O'Connor, are you ready yet?
Yeah, I got the camera working. It's just using my phone camera for the time being. Don't know if you guys can see that. Oh yeah, there we go. Don't know how clear it is on yours. I'm just looking at it on my phone. But this little exercise book here, I mentioned last week that one of the first, I suppose,
Chaos. We don't need
semi-serious.
more chaos. Thanks.
Yes, the first semi-serious program I wrote for my Coco was to try and get it to do to draw fractals and chaos theory stuff. And so I found this exercise book, which has got my original handwritten notes with the program. So I'm actually going to hand type that in because I don't have it on cassette anywhere. And yeah, run it again for the first time in 35 or 40 odd years. And also in a box that I'd forgotten that I had from a Coco One that I purchased here locally, I have a bunch of books. TRS-80 operation manual, the
operation
original
manual. I remember that from back in the day. Looking at that.
I've acquired one since. Is it the short
Also,
version?
Yeah, it's the
No, the operation manual is
it's
separate from the basic manuals. It's
right.
just
Yeah,
like an introduction, how to plug in the computer.
yeah.
It's a very brief
It's a quick
introduction.
start guide, basically. Yeah. And here, in all its glorious splendor, is the TRS-80 Microcomputer News magazine with a full spread front cover is the MC10.
Yes.
Sitting right underneath that magazine.
Propping up the kids.
I'll let everybody make up their own mind about whether this is appropriate or not.
Okay, now I miss Ron Delvaux. Normally he'd be here to
sitting right underneath it. Understanding computer technology.
What?
Oh man, you should drop that thing in the scanner.
I remember this one. I used
Post
to have
it.
a copy of this too.
Yeah. It was sitting right under the MC10 book.
Wow. It all makes so much sense now.
An original newsletter from the Adelaide Microcomputer Users Group.
Was that printed on a real dot matrix?
It's not printed on dot matrix. It's printed. It looks like it's printed on a daisy wheel.
Yeah.
In here is a part 1 introduction to basic TRS-80. That's the model, the Model 1 and Model 1, I think it was. Yeah, Model 1 on the cover there. CCR81 manual and CCR81. TRS-80 color computer system. This one I think this had a Coco 2 on it, but it was a grey case Coco 2.
That's
something.
Yeah. I remember that pack-in.
Chess. I've got the original cartridge here for it. Computer programming in basic for everybody. Once again, it's a model marketed at the Model 1, so it's a Z80 or Z80, if you want to pronounce it correctly for American. That's a pretty big book, actually. It's got a lot of pages in it. So not all altogether totally useful for the Coco because it's all Model 1 stuff, but still. TRS-80 Microcomputer News with more Model 3s, Model 4s, Model 1s and everything on the front cover.
And a 2.
Yeah.
I missed where you acquired these.
When I reasonably bought another Coco 1, which has got another what do you call it, Coco VGA in it, and this was all in the box with it, and I got it for I got it for next to nothing. It was like $50 for the whole lot with the computer, with the cassette deck and everything as well.
It's a good haul.
And a Model 100.
Every penny.
Yeah, absolutely. In perfect working order, 64K extended color basic. So yeah, that's my little bit of show and tell for the week.
That's a really impressive haul. Very good.
Yeah, I was pretty delighted. Oh, actually, there's 2 more things here too. There's the Fraction Fever cartridge and Alphabet Zoo cartridge. And there was a whole pile of cassettes in there too, cassette games and cassette educational stuff and everything as well, with all sorts of programs and everything on them. So
that book you had with 2 kids in the cover, didn't somebody post an image of that recently on Facebook a couple weeks ago? It looked familiar.
Hang on,
it was color.
That one?
No, the one with the girl looking over the boy's shoulder and they're looking at the screen or whatever.
Microcomputer News cover, I think it was.
Not that one.
One with the MC10 on it.
Oh, it had the MC. Yeah, it looked familiar.
Oh, this one, that one there.
Yeah, I thought we saw something like that on Facebook and it was saying "Happy Australian Kids" or something. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I did see a post about something about that, but
yeah.
I wonder if the TRS-80 Microcomputer News in Australia was the same as the ones we were getting here, because I think the covers look different at the very least. I don't know if the insides are any different, but
well, it's got written down the bottom, registered by Australian Post, publication number down the bottom there. So it's that's what 1983, 44.
Yeah, because by that time in '83, the ones that were sold up in North America had color covers. The original ones from '77 on, I think, had the black and whites, but
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to see if there's anything. That's the back cover. See if there's anything inside that says anything about it. What do we got here? I'll have a look through it and I'll let everybody know. Anyway, because it could be a little while to find out what's going on here. But yeah, pretty impressive haul. Lots of stuff in that box. So very happy camper.
Nice trip down memory lane.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's pretty much it for my news and acquisitions and updates for this week.
Seeing that red card brought back the memories of opening up the first Coco box I ever bought with it and taking out all the manuals and inserts. Good. Yes, that one.
This one, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I remember
Yeah.
how exciting it was seeing all those.
yeah, and there's two versions too, because there was the Coco one standard basic one, which was a smaller card, and then the extended basic one, which had all the highlighted gray areas for the extended basic commands.
Yeah,
this one, the one I got here is the extended. Where is it? Yeah, this is an extended basic one. It's got all.
Tim Franklin wants to know, how do you remember this stuff, Curtis? He can barely remember what he had for breakfast.
I just don't eat. That's the solution.
Oh, see, maybe it's the
I don't
food
have to
that's
remember
clogging
breakfast.
up your memory. Yeah, there you go. They say if you fast, you get enlightenment and you see weird things.
I've got a purple one of those cards. I think it came with a Model 1, the very first one.
Oh yeah.
See if I can.
I'll have to dig that out and I'll show it sometime. It's kind of cool. I about fell over because I'd never seen anything other than the red ones there.
I don't know if you can see that, but that's the folded out thing of it there, extended basic.
Just like mine.
Yeah.
Back when you needed a screwdriver.
Yeah, the color basic one was smaller, didn't have as many folds.
Yeah. That's one side of it, and then
look at that.
The other side is. There's another fold there. So folds out a long way. So excuse my dodgy camera work.
Hey,
I'm not set up for.
I bet that's exactly the same as the US version. Look, they spelled color wrong.
That was yeah. I've got 3 of these, and one of them's got COLOUR, and it's got a white case, a full-size white case on the front, and it says Coco 2, a color computer 2, and it's COLOUR, and it's a full-size case. So we were talking about that a little while ago, and I think I showed it on CoCoTALK back then. It shows that in Australia they called the full-size white ones, the early ones, they called them a color computer 2, whereas I think in the rest of the world they still called it a color computer 1.
Yeah, that's right. The 64K Coco one was the white one.
Yep. Yeah, over here it was 64K extended color basic, but it was called a color computer 2.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that update. It's really cool stuff. I think I saw another hand earlier when I asked if anybody had anything to talk about. Was it Terry or no?
Not real. I've just been working on getting ready for Coco Fest, my booth. Trying to get some banners and got some swag stuff I'm going to give away at the show. I hope so. Looks like I get to sit next to Curtis and Stevie, so I'm happy about that.
Sorry about that.
That should be
I'm
fun.
sorry too, man.
Yeah, you guys are starting to get ready for Coco Fest. I've been hearing a lot of conversations in Discord about tables and plans.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty fun deal. It'll be my first one, so I'm excited.
Oh, good.
Looking forward to seeing you.
Same here.
Yes.
Now we just have to drag Nick down there. Both Nick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get him one of these years.
We should pull up.
I wouldn't be against the kidnapping. I mean, I wouldn't resist that much. I'd be like, oh no, please stop.
Yeah, sure.
We'll just strap it to the roof and drive like mad.
Well, okay, maybe.
That reminds me of one of the National Lampoon's movies.
Yeah, exactly. At least she had a chair. She wasn't like laying down. At least they're comfortable up there.
We won't tie it to the bumper, I promise.
Oh, jeez.
You could do it in
Hey,
winter.
Nick,
You could bumper shine and just drag along on the ice there, like we used to take the bus
Oh
to
my
school.
That's true.
Do you have
Hey,
any
Nick, do
other
we want to
updates? Any other
talk
updates for
to?
anybody? Oh, sorry, Rob.
Yeah, I was just going to say this is maybe a good segue to go into what people's hopes and dreams are for the year, since we're talking about Coco Fest and
Yeah.
new projects and stuff. Maybe we go around the horn. I'm up. I can start if you want.
Sure.
Yeah,
You're in control, so if I said no, you can cut me out. So yes.
Yeah. Okay, I just put myself on. I just put myself on the spot. I wonder why I did that. Yeah, but I mean, obviously, I'm very excited about getting back to really pushing forward on NitrOS-9 ease of use and having Beta 5 come out this year with the additional EDT support. Getting more interested in promoting ease of use and basic 09. Getting my setup. I'm actually my Coco setup. The way my desk is not very comfortable, and it doesn't make me want to work on my Coco because I don't have it in a way that's conducive to working long hours sitting there. So little things like that. But I'm most excited about the Gimme X. I think that's going to be a game changer, right?
Absolutely, literally.
Yes. So I don't know what other people are thinking of. I mean, certainly something like Downland 2 and what Paul Thayer is working on, Gunstar, of course, and all the different things that Chet Simpson has been up to, including Digger 3, but also his sound, all the different things he's doing with sound, and it's going to be quite a year. But I'll turn it back over to the rest of the panel maybe to talk about that.
Yeah, basically we're looking to talk about what dreams do you have for your Coco world this year, whether it's personal, things you want to get yourself, things you want to do yourself, or whether it's things you'd like to see happen in the community, development of hardware, software, any type of anything. What would you like to see happen in the Coco community, in the Coco world in the next little while?
I'm redesigning my entire studio at the moment, redoing all the synthesizers and all the music stuff, and I'm deliberately one of the reasons I'm doing that is so I can set all my Cocos up and have them all connected to the synthesizers to be more productive with this album that I've been telling everybody about that I've sort of stagnated on.
Coco music.
Yeah, I really want to get inspired, get back into it and get it finished. So I thought the only way I'm going to do this properly is to pull the plug and tip the studio upside down and redo it to make it more productive. So there's 2 Coco 3s here that are going to be set up in there, and they'll have Gimme X's in them when they come out. So that's the big thing I'm looking forward to. As Rob said, is the Gimme X.
Yes, that's going to be a real game changer. I'm sorry for using that overused expression, but it will actually. It's a big deal. It's going to be pretty cool.
I believe I said it would be a game changer first before you did, Nick.
Yeah.
Game changer. Copyright Nick Murata 2000.
That's right.
You're much more battery friendly for my place too. Running solar panels and batteries here. At the moment I'm running CRT monitors with my Coco 3s, but I'll be able to run LCDs.
And the nice thing is it should be an easy upgrade, right? It's all socketed, so it's just a matter of unplugging and plugging in.
Theoretically, yeah.
Because I know the holdup for me.
I can confirm that since we displayed a demo unit at VCF West last year. Just get your PLCC puller, take Gimme out, plug it in, connect up the cable, VGA, done.
See, as a hardware neophyte, that makes me very happy to hear, because that's been the one thing that's holding me back with the 6309 right now is the desoldering and all that jazz. But the Gimme X, I'm really looking forward to.
There must be a list of things, Nick, then, to get your 609 installed.
It's going to happen. I have somebody who's going to help me out. Okay. But I'm excited that I can do the Gimme X myself, probably. I don't know, Curtis, you going to do your own, or is it still...
My own what?
Gimme X. Because you're.
Oh yeah, that's easy enough. There's no soldering.
You like hardware as much as I do.
Yeah, no, unplugging the Gimme I've done before, so that's not too hard.
Okay, good. That makes me feel better.
Of course, Mark was holding up the proper tool, the actual puller tool.
There we go.
Those things.
So you need one of those to get the Gimme out? Yeah, you need one of those.
to do it safely and correctly,
Road one, get
yeah,
one.
you should
Yeah.
have the tool.
Yeah, you
Right,
can
it's
jury
been-
rig it with some fine jeweler's screwdrivers, but you have to be
Yeah.
really damn careful about not bending pins.
It's a big square chip, right?
This is the way to do it properly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the jeweler screwdriver thing is a last resort. It's
No.
you can't it's possible.
I have
but
done
it's
it that
also-
way, but yeah, it's much easier with the puller.
I'd rather not
Yep.
give
And
me
safer.
if I can avoid it just in case.
Yeah, if using the jeweler screwdrivers is really not recommended because I've seen people actually break the socket
Yeah.
using
Yeah,
the
it's breaking-
screwdrivers, and then you're really screwed because then you've broken the socket that the gimme goes in.
You have to
Yeah,
look
people make the mistake of levering the chip against the edge of the socket, and the corners of them are very thin. And if you put any pressure on the corners, it'll snap really easily. And if it snaps, there goes,
Yeah,
But the puller does, when you squeeze on it, it forces the pressure down against the socket and pulls up on the chip.
As I think Mike mentioned, you would use that method using the screwdriver thing as an absolute last resort if you absolutely just don't have a puller and you have to get it out. But yeah, definitely get the puller. It's not expensive anyway. So
yeah, it doesn't come out easily. And I happen to get a Radio Shack branded IC puller on Amazon, so works like a charm.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I was going to ask if they were on Amazon. So there you go. We're all chomping to bit, ready to pull our gimmies out. We're just waiting for the Gimme X to come out. So hopefully that'll be
any day now.
Yes.
I noticed Terry Steen in the chat just said still hope software is not made for much more specific hardware that's not common, which is basically worrying that everybody's going to be just hyped on the new stuff and not write software for the old stuff. But I mean, the Coco VGA as a base thing is just be able to hook up to VGA monitor. I mean, that's one of its main purposes, and that doesn't actually change software. It's when people start using all these new graphics and text modes, which I mean, I'll be one of the ones supporting. But yeah, I'm still planning on doing software that doesn't require all this new hardware.
Yeah,
but I'm planning on doing some software to support it too as well. Otherwise, nobody's going to buy it, right?
That's always a good point. I mean, Nick Marentes brings that up, of course, very often. I think that hopefully there'll be a way that people can support both modes, where they can, if you have a Gimme X, you can select the higher graphics mode, but they'll also support the standard Coco 3 modes so that nobody's left out.
Don't forget, too, there's always the option, if there's a game that comes up you want to play and you don't have the hardware, there are the emulators. So you can still support games.
Well, yeah, their Gimme X is not supported in emulation yet.
No, I'm not talking about the Gimme X stuff. I'm talking just about like games that used to
but
like
609
or something.
609 and 2 megs, yeah.
So there's still ways to enjoy those. I mean, hardware, of course, if you have it, it's nice.
Yeah, I mean, on the opposite scale, you don't want to limit yourself too. Like if you can do a program that requires one of these, and you're actually going to use all the power of, say, the 3 megahertz upgrade in the Gimme X as well as the new modes. I mean, why would you buy it if you're not going to use those modes too? You have to kind of balance it. You have to do both.
Yeah. I'm doing exactly that with my step sequences and computer. Coco's controlling the synthesizers and the music and all that. Some of it doesn't require anything fancy, and I can use just standard, everyday extended color basic without any fancy graphics modes. And then there's other things that I'm doing, like printing musical staves or staffs on the screen with moving notes and everything, and I'm using custom fonts and everything in the Coco VGA. So, but I'm not really writing anything for anybody else unless they want to try it. I'll stick the programs up on my website. People can play around with it if they want to. But my primary use for it is my own use, really. So I'm writing things that I need, some practical things. So it's a bit of both here for me.
Yeah, I mean, as I'm sure Nick and Rob can attest, and the Amigos have mentioned a few times on their Amiga show, is that the Amiga went through this because there were so many different versions with different levels of hardware, different CPUs, different graphics, everything else. And you hit some game that only works on the latest one or requires the Vampire upgrade or something like that, and you get other people trying to run stuff on the original 500 and 600s, and it can get to be a bit of a mess. We had a little bit of that in the Coco world with the Coco 1.2 versus the Coco 3, but at least it was a nice clean split, and it was mostly backwards compatible, so at least you could run the old Coco 1.2 stuff on the Coco 3 for the most part.
Yeah, so I've been doing a little bit of work on DW term, and it already does support everything down from, I think, was it a 16K or a 32K Coco? I don't remember exactly. I have to check on that. All the way up to Coco 3, and I was going to add Coco VGA support to that. So you know, whatever hardware you have, that piece of software will support, because it's just kind of writing text to the screen and communicating over DriveWire. So
Yeah, well,
but
I know Bill and I
it's
on
quite a bit different than if you have a game, a game that needs certain CPU or graphics capabilities.
Yeah, I know Bill and I are planning in NitrOS-9 once the GameX is out. Like the first thing we'll be supporting is the higher text modes. So if you're doing editing, based on 9 code or assembly or C code on the Coco itself, you'll have this extra screen real estate, an 80 by 50 screen or something like that. And I know Bill's already running that on the Mister. Or no, which one do you have, Bill?
Matchbox.
Matchbox. There's so many of these Coco FPGAs now, I'm losing track. But he's already been using that and kind of show me what it looks like. So we'll be supporting that in NitrOS-9. That'll be one of the first things we support for the Coco VGA once it's released.
That'll look really nice
sorry.
on a VGA monitor too.
Yeah.
Oh, it does. Trust me, Dave, it does.
Mm. No, the Coco VGA higher text modes on the Coco 1 look great. So I could only imagine what they're going to look like on a Coco 3.
Yeah, the 64 by 32 I've used in my Coco VJ is quite nice. And NitrOS-9 level 1 already supports that. So that's also out of the gate. If you get one of those, you've got some support for the higher modes.
I think it actually looks better than the Coco 3 80 column mode, because the font seems a little like thin on the Coco 3, the original hardware font.
Agreed.
Yeah, and well, the Matchbox has the option to go to the IBM look.
Yeah, thicker fonts is much easier to read.
Yeah, and the thing I was always, when I first got my first VGA card and my Paperwhite VGA back in the 90s, I immediately was pushing 132 by 43 because I loved the large text real estate. So I'm going to love that from the Gimme X myself.
All you need now, David, is a live flux display, flux stuff on your floppy drives there, just live display of the heads going over and reading stuff.
Oh, are you kidding? I'm actually planning on doing Jim's thing with trying to hook up 7 floppy drives to the Coco.
Oh, what did I start? Sorry, guys.
Oh my gosh.
They said it shouldn't be done.
You had to do that, Curtis.
Sorry. That?
David's drunk with power.
He's been drinking the grease weasels.
So I've seen mentioned in chat real-time clock, which would be useful for OS 9.
Yeah, rather than having to type it in. I mean, he was kind of joking about Y2K ready.
Yeah.
NitrOS-9 itself is Y2K ready as is. Even the software clock is Y2K. But yeah, having a real-time clock is much more convenient.
Are there any date issues with OS 9, like 2038 or anything like that?
No, I think with the current drivers we've got going up to 2155, and we should all be dead by then. So
okay,
someone else's problem by then.
Yeah.
So end of ease of use will be end of life in 2155.
Yeah, well,
no, it'd be a quick hack to get it for the next 256 years, so it'd be fine.
Right, 256 years.
I'd like to see us settle on some sound solution that is actually preferably something that's reusable between software titles, like a ROM pack, and is just
Mega Mini MPI.
Yeah, something, or like something like the old speech sound pack, but that's actually which actually was okay for music.
But you can't use samples with the Mega Mini, which is Nick Morente's beef.
Oh, good point.
So you can't use the DAC at the same time as the Mega Mini OPL chip.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, it's FM, not sample based.
So I'm guessing that
you're getting requests for Crocstar Pilot. Game.
What's a Crocstar Pilot? Did you say?
Yeah.
Crikey.
Tribute.
So I didn't even step on who I just stepped on. I just thought it was funny.
Crocstar Pilot, I love it. That's funny.
Yeah, I guess I can go next. I mean, my thing, well, one is to get ease of use beta 5 out before the fest. That's one thing I do want to do, and unfortunately, due to personal circumstances and now work, I've just not been able to work on as much as I would like. As I mentioned, I think last week or the week before, we did finally get that new system call working. I just have to get into G Shell and get it to preserve stuff from the Windows, and I haven't been able to touch that since last week. The other things I'm looking forward to, Gimme X, obviously. because it'll make editing stuff on the Coco a lot easier with large text screens, like has been mentioned by others. I'm going to be getting a Mega Mini MPI because I do want to try to see if I can put some support for the sound chip in there. Obviously, it won't do digital samples, but just having some background music, etc., would be nice. I've sent a design to Ed Snyder for an OS9 based keyboard that is also fine with RS-DOS disk basic stuff. So it's got some extra stuff on the keycaps to show some of the special characters you can generate. And he's actually sent me a picture of one that he laser etched as a test. So I'm going to be ordering 2 of those for the Coco 3s. Also, big thanks to Bill Noble, who's fixed my main development Coco 3, which, what is it, the salt chip went and a capacitor or something, Bill? I can't remember what it was.
The salt chip and the capacitors and also the main 5-volt voltage regulator.
Probably
yeah, so it was working fine until one day I turned it on. All of a sudden, the cassette relay just started going bonkers, like just and no screen.
It's probably the capacitors that cause the other components to die. Capacitors can do that.
Oh yeah, for sure,
especially
David.
especially if they go leaky.
But thanks to Bill figuring out what was wrong and replacing stuff, and thanks to Mark Overholzer who actually had salt chips because Bill didn't have any spares. It sounds like it's working.
I couldn't find any.
Yeah, I'm actually planning to stop by Bill's place later this evening to pick it up so I can actually get it back up and running for testing and stuff too. So easy to use beta 5. I've got a ton of stuff already in the works for beta 6 too. We've kind of feature froze what beta 5 is going to be. G-Shell's the last main thing. I didn't get everything in there, and this happens every time where I don't get everything in there I want, but I've got a list pages long of stuff to keep adding. I'm going to be working with Floyd Resler and trying to get some of his games like GemQuest and Dungeon Depths working under ease of use as well. GemQuest is almost working right now, but it's some of the graphics are offset for some reason. I don't know if a DADL file got corrupted or what, and we might have to slow it down. I also have to take the I think I mentioned this last week too, but we have to take out the second mouse button being your window forward because the game actually uses both mouse buttons for 2 different things. And as soon as you hit it right now in the current ease of use or the current NitrOS-9 3.3 release, you hit the second button to, I think it's to throw a little lasso rope or something like that. And instead it just switches to the next window and then you get killed in the game because you have to go back to the window first. So we'll be disabling that. I also want to, and Bill, maybe you can give me an update on that, on the LED on the Boomerang E2 board, because there's that option where you can program the color of the LED lights. Yes. And I'm planning not on beta 5, but on beta 6, we'll be supporting that for doing caps lock and keyboard mouse lock per window. So if you switch windows with the clear key, and if you have the caps lock on it, it might light up, red. And if it's, the keyboard mouse is turned on G-Shell, it might be blue or something. And then a combo color if both are turned on. Those aren't the official colors. I'm just throwing those out there. But basically, you'll be able to tell at a glance on that LED exactly what situation each window's in.
You just reminded me of something then, Curtis. I think I might have actually brought it up before and I can't remember the answer, but is it possible to access turning on and off and changing the colors of those LEDs with poke statements?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Oh, excellent. Excellent. I can
and we're actually going to set it up so that the main driver that handles the clear key for switching windows will set the lights for each window when you clear to it, but the individual program on that screen can then reprogram them to whatever they want. So if your program doesn't need to worry about whether the caps lock's on or the keyboard mouse is on, you can actually program it to do whatever else. If you want like a status light for a space adventure game, red alert, it blinks or whatever. But as soon as you clear off that, the operating system will take it back over and then set it up for that next window. So you can actually have it individually programmed for the app you're doing on one window, or you can just leave it for the the various settings for the windows themselves.
So I could access that via regular extended color basic pokes as well. Yeah?
Or basic 09. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Because
we'll probably be adding official set stat calls too, so that you can actually set the lights, through a program without actually having to do pokes.
Yeah, I actually want to use it as a visual indication for sequencer pulses sending out to my synthesizers. I think that will look really cool. Having that pulsing in time to the music.
Yeah. There's a bunch of things you can do with it. I mean, the fact you have the different colors, like I said, if you wanted to say make a Star Trek game or something like that, and it has a red alert, yellow alert, program it to pulse with whatever color alert you're on.
Mm-hmm.
And the nice thing about it too is that Richard actually set up that board to actually have, so you can have individual LEDs instead of all combined into one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's a multicolor LED with multiple pins on it or something, isn't it? Or is it?
Yes.
Or am I just, yeah. I've got one here. I just haven't taken them.
we're coming close to the end of the segment. I just want to make sure if anybody else wanted to say something. There
Yeah.
we go, Michael.
Yeah, I haven't said much. I hope to continue spreading the DriveWire love because there's a lot of hate for it here on CoCoTALK, or hate or don't care. I'm definitely going to continue development on PyDriveWire, and because many people are starting to complain that they can't run the Java one anymore, and PyDriveWire is currently the only DriveWire server that's still in active development right now. So I do plan to continue that. Have a lot of have I think I have what's going to be a really cool feature coming up that I'm still working on designing. Um, I think it will make some things about using DriveWire a lot easier. Um, so I plan to sort of this feature is not going to be ready probably until the end of the year, but I plan to sort of get the design out by about the Cocoa Fest time, and I'll probably have a little presentation about that at my booth at Cocoa Fest.
Okay,
So
Mike, we have Rick Adams saying, "What? DriveWire is awesome." We have L.
it
Harvey
is
saying, "I love
for
DriveWire."
people that use it. It's such a big productivity enhancement because you don't have to shuffle SD cards back and forth. So
And the Cocoa SDC supports it.
that's correct. Cocoa SDC does support it, and it works pretty well. But
I'm going to have to try it out. I still haven't tried it yet. I've been meaning to try it, but I've never got around to it.
Yeah, I know Nick Rennies uses it a lot, so
I use
as
it a
well
lot.
as Rick. Yeah.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm not down on it at all. I hope that you don't think that I'm one of the people
oh no,
that you're talking
Curtis,
about.
I completely
a
understand.
naysayer.
I completely understand, Curtis, what you're doing with ease of use, and I completely understand that you have to restrict the things that are going into it,
Yeah.
so that you can concentrate and get things done. I know that you're not against it, so I'm not.
And I do want to mention the plan is right now. It won't be in beta 5, but in beta 6, I do want to put DriveWire officially in it, and Bill actually has a DriveWire system set up so you can test it. I don't, because
Yeah.
my Coco's physically too far away, unless I got some wireless thing going on. But
we can
It's actually running on.
Between David and myself, we can figure out how to set you up with some wireless stuff.
Mikey, as far as Curtis goes, he's him and Bill have my prototype ESP01 modules that I sent with Curtis home. So
Yeah, which I actually have here in my hand right now. It's just I gotta dig up the documents again. I'm getting the actual firmware burnt on the ESP01.
I need to do that myself.
Okay, guys, we're gonna have to wrap up this segment.
Thanks for letting us have our DriveWire RS-232 TTL ESP corner of the show.
Yeah,
so thank you.
So,
actually,
it's important. There's good tech stuff happening, and there's
I have
parts of the
one
audience
quick
that love
question.
that. So
Go ahead.
I have one quick DriveWire question. Just quickly, in a sentence or two, what's the difference with the Pi drive, or Pi, whatever you call it, compared to the normal DriveWire?
So PyDriveWire is still in sort of middle development. It is it's a going to call it a 95% clean room implementation of the DriveWire protocol. It does not currently support all of the features that are in the Java server, but the plan is at a 1.0 stage, when I finally reach 1.0. I'm going to call 1.0 when PyDriveWire has all the features that exist in the Java server. That's when I'm are in PyDriveWire. It's going to be 1.0, and it's completely written in Python.
And that's the difference.
And
It's
I
written in
read
Python, not Java.
Right. It's completely written in Python, and I am reading trying to use as little of the Java code as possible, but the documentation is kind of sparse in some places, so I do occasionally have to read some of the Java code to figure out what's going on.
So why are people saying they can't run Java? Like, you can still install Java on your system.
Yeah, but there's some the issue with Java is the megacorp called Oracle Corporation actually owns the license to Java,
Yeah.
and what they have done is Sun Microsystems sort of had an open license for Java. They sort of wanted to build a community around it.
Yep.
Versus Oracle, the megacorp, has totally turned that off, and they want to commercialize it. So Oracle Corporation is moving forward with Java in the direction that they want to do, but they're doing it in a more product style rather than open style.
Paid corporate
And
license
they
sort
don't
of thing.
they only
Mm.
care about the corporate customers. There's a lot of code that's written in Java that probably runs all kinds of backend systems, like there's
Yeah.
probably Java in banking and travel
Android.
and all control systems, all kinds of things, right?
Android's
That
written
stuff
in
isn't
Java.
going away. So
That's
yes,
caused
you can
issues.
still install and run Java on the modern operating systems, but the problem is they're kind of leaving some of the older technologies, which the Java DriveWire server is based on some older technologies like Swing. It is probably the main library. Swing is called SWT. That library may not actually be supported in the newer versions of Java because that's a really old technology. The second problem is the serial port library. I don't know if it's possible. It's called the RxTX. I don't know if you can install that one on the current version of Java. So these are all these three things are really big dings against the continuation of the Java server.
Right.
So if that ends,
Python
then
is
you'll
still,
have to rewrite everything in a different language. Then, if
well,
Java's
that's
not...
essentially what PyDriveWire is. It's slowly getting everything is slowly getting rewritten in Python.
And
So,
does that run faster? Because I notice on my Java DriveWire server, it works, but if I have too many things running on my desktop, I get errors on DriveWire. It feels as if my DriveWire is the server is running a bit slow. So will the Python one be faster?
I don't really think that's going to change, and even with the Python server, Python is at a little bit of a disadvantage compared to Java by the way that the compilers work. But there are some tricks around that. One of them is actually going to Python 3, which is faster, supposed to be quite a bit faster than Python 2. But
I think probably Python's lighter weight than Java is. So
it is.
Oh, it's a totally different paradigm.
Yeah,
it's a completely different programming language. It's not. It's a scripting language more than a programming language.
Yeah.
What about something like Eel? It is Eel. I don't know much about Eel, but I know that it can do some pretty amazing things in Reaper. It's a scripting language, Reaper audio software that I use.
I have no idea what you're actually talking about.
Double EL. It's called Eel. It's a scripting language.
Eel. Okay. I vaguely saw something about that, I think, on Hacker News. Well, it would need to be rewritten again, and we already have
you're far enough
a
along.
very
Just continue
functional
with
and
Python.
stable.
Yeah.
It's if you're just doing regular disk drive access, it's very, very stable. And the serial port access is the original version is not that is okay, but I've rewritten it to be quite a bit better. That upgraded version hasn't been released yet, but I can take a look. But
well, that was about one or two sentences.
It was interesting.
I'm sorry. Sorry. We're now a couple minutes late for the break, but I wanted to give a fairly complete overview of the situation, so that you guys understand that what's going on with Java, and
That's okay,
right.
Mikey. I'll take Rob yelling at me for on your behalf. That's okay, no problem.
All right, Rob.
No,
you can.
He won't. No. It's interesting. It's good to.
Yeah, no, it's great. I was just gonna say that I'm committed to installing DriveWire this year and finishing my Windows install of it, and I'm excited to see that it's coming to EOU in Beta 6. So.
Yep. And then later on, I don't know if it'll make it for beta 6 or not, but Bill and I are planning on redoing the Coco side of the DriveWire thing so that it will support the level 3 memory model as well, which it currently does not.
Yeah. All I know is every time I've tried to put the DriveWire modules in EOU using QuickGen, it like doesn't boot. And I've reached out to both Bill and Curtis about that, and I'm sure you guys will figure out what's going on.
Has an issue with large hard drives.
Cool.
Especially when it's doing the kernel track.
Yeah, I haven't had any problems on the main OS9 boot. I have had problems with the kernel track.
Which is why I'm actually doing a boot editor.
Mm-hmm.
So, as far as the QuickGen, Mikey, it does work because that's one of the things that I've done for a couple people that have wanted the ease of use with certain DriveWire features added back in. So it does work because that's what I've used. But yeah, when it says copy the boot track, you do not want to use that feature with QuickGen. Or QuickGen, because
use KUtil for that. It'll work a lot better.
All right, guys, we can have this discussion on Discord later. I think we should return.
No.
The show.
No. So the issue with that,
Oh,
tried
the subject.
All right,
I don't know. I think we have to.
David, wrap it up. What's your last word on DriveWire?
Oh, well, this is just with QuickGen and floppies in general. So
floppies.
And away he goes.
David Ladd in general.
Okay, I'm done.
All right.
All right, that wraps it up, I guess, for the first hour segment. Thank you to panelists, and thank you everybody in chat. And we're going to take a break and come back real soon with hour number 2.
Well, thank you for the warm handoff, Nick Marotta. So we'll take a commercial. We'll come back. I see John Strong has joined, and if John, we'll come back after the commercial, talk to you for a few minutes, see what's going on with you, and then we'll premiere a brand new ease of use commercial, and then we'll talk to Curtis and Bill Noble about what some of their OS9 adventures, and if Stevie joins with more Ham Nation, then or HamCation. We'll talk to him as well. So we'll be right back after these messages.
Hello, this is Grant Leedy with CoCoTALK. Got your Coco 3 yet?
From the makers of the Switcheroo. Wallaby cable, Color Computer 3 dual RGB cable. Get yours today at cocoman.biz.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
And welcome back to hour 2. Need to update that banner there. And John Strong, you out there? You want to let us know what you got going on?
Oh, yeah, I'm out here. Just been busy today. Just been working on some Coco things this week. And that's about it. Just stopping and checking by. Nothing I'm going to reveal yet. I am doing some game development.
We need the welcome back Cotter theme. Welcome back.
So,
is this a game you're planning on having ready for the fest, or is that still up in the air as far as timing?
that is up in the air. Yeah, I'm hoping to have something ready for the fest. But I have about 3 projects going. I'm jumping back and forth between.
Yeah, that's a common problem. I've noticed a lot of us have multiple projects
Yeah,
going.
absolutely.
Plus, work decided to make sure that I'm earning my money.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now too.
Yeah. So.
Okay, well, chime in if you have any other updates or comments. John, I think we're going to take a quick premiere here of a new commercial for ease of use. And then, Curtis, maybe we'll talk to you and Bill about what it was like running OS9 in a business environment and how you got started doing that. Sound good?
Is it possible? Can we get sound on Zoom for the commercial so we can hear it, or is that?
I thought I was sharing that, but thank you for. Oh, apologies. I guess I wasn't. Thank you for mentioning that, David. So you got the rest of the panel should be able to hear the commercials now, and we'll be right back after the premiere of Ease of Use. Just hit clear. Here we go.
A whole new approach. Faster than ever. A window to a world of possibilities. Clear your expectations. Clear your hesitation. Just hit clear.
Download. Oh, I cut off the end. It says download today from lcurtisboyle.com.
Well, you just blew $500,000 for that 30-second spot.
I'm glad that came out of Rob's budget, not mine.
This is episode 146, the Super Bowl edition of CoCoTALK.
Yeah, I did have something interesting to say. I was just a new project at work and was talking to the guy, kind of let him know what kind of things I did and to get him to feel comfortable with working with me. And I said, I used to write games for a 10-day color computer. So really, I had one of the Cocos. I'm going to have to check my mom see if she still has it in the garage or someplace.
Nice.
That'd be cool if they can rejoin the community. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we'll see. We'll find out. You know, I'm sure he'll let me know if he still has one.
Is that your boss? Did you say?
No, he's not my boss. It's the project manager on a new account that I'm on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And
so work colleague, basically.
Yeah, they're kind of the project managers kind of manage that particular project and assigns it. So I do kind of report to them, but I have a supervisor that's directly over me. Okay.
Be pretty cool to have a work colleague in the CoCo community.
Yeah, yeah, I've had some people before that did, but wasn't using it in the community, and some of the other guys that I worked with for a few years that we were at IBM together, and then another one is definitely interested in the retro community, and I think they've got the I really think what I do is cool. Kind of helps. Nice if somebody pats you on the back once in a while.
Yeah,
for sure, definitely.
Glad, John, you're lucky because most of the people I work with are too young to even know computers before PCs, almost almost iPads or iPhones, So it's like they're like, I asked around, does anybody do anything with retro computers? And they're like, what's that? Like Apple II, Commodore? You mean like Apple Mac? I'm like, oh God.
You mean like Pentiums?
Windows XP?
Yeah, if you hand them a Dell phone, they wouldn't know what to do, right? Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, that was kind of interesting to hear from. And
Quad Core 6309.
Cool. Well, I think Nick Morentis, of all people, suggested the other night to me on Discord that why don't we talk more about OS9?
Yes, actually,
There you go.
I've heard this story before, and it's actually very interesting.
Well, I thought Nick was going to say he just wanted to have a nap, and this was a nice, convenient way for him to get about an hour pause to have one.
Crikey, you just burst his bubble.
But this is an interesting story to hear OS9 in a real application, and hearing how Curtis and Bill, how they, I guess, got into OS9 and how they converted their work environment, where they worked at the time, to switch over to using a Coco and running OS9 to replace a PC. And it was, it's a good story. So coming from someone like me, that's got to be a good.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we're doing a ping on this thing to verify that is actually you, Nick.
I can
This must be Nick Marionettes, I think.
Nick Marionettes has been recast.
Well, I can understand everything he's saying perfectly in fluent Australian, so I can vouch that he's the original, real deal.
But actually, originally, the Coco actually replaced the PDP-11.
PDP-11. I knew it replaced something I couldn't remember.
Yeah, we use PCs for terminals, is what we use PCs for.
Yeah.
That's all they're good for.
So,
hey,
Bill, do you want me to kind of start, since I was there at first? And
you
first
were
brought
there
my Coco
first,
and then you came in, like we hired you actually to help with some of the Coco stuff. So,
have you got the photos as well that you showed me last time, Curtis?
I've got one photo which I'll get to in a little bit.
Yeah,
kind of
no
explain
worries.
the scenario.
Great. All right.
So I started with a company called Mackenzie Ray Tickets in May of 1988, and we printed sporting tickets and event tickets and all kinds of stuff. And they had line printers, like big ones, that printed 300 lines per minute type thing. And they had a PDP 1134, and they hired me to have somebody who could locally program it. And it was running a NOS called RSTS, which is a real-time switching thingy. And they had a nice BASIC on it, so we programmed everything in BASIC because it was just quick. We were rapid application development. You didn't take a lot of time to write stuff in C or anything fancy. You had to write code to run in an hour, not days away. So even through the Coco's life, we did most of the stuff in BASIC. BASIC 09 in that case. But anyway, they hired me on to do some programming for this, because up until that point, they had a guy in Winnipeg, where Bruce Moore's from, that had another PDP set up in his basement, and Bill can get into what fun it is running a PDP at home.
No.
But basically, they would send him the specs for a job by fax, and then he would program it and then send a 9-track tape, those big reel-to-reel tapes that you'd see on the movies. And he'd send that over by courier to load up on the PDP and then run the software. And I got hired to do some of the programming on that. So for about a year, I did that. And then the PDP had one of its circuit boards blow up. And even by 1989, it was getting hard to get replacement boards. So we were basically down for about a week to wait for this board. And we had tons of work, and we were in rush season. And they said, well, we have to get these printers running. What are we going to do? And I had my Coco 3 at home, and I had OS9 level 2, which I kind of knew could do some multitasking. And I had a super controller too, so it was a no-hold floppy from Disto. I had 3-in-1 board in it, so I had a real parallel port in it as well. And I also had the PBH interface. You plug it in the Bitbanger, and it would give you serial to parallel. So we had 2 printers at the time. So I actually brought my Coco in a hurry, set it up. I hooked up one printer to the serial port to parallel converter, hooked the other one up to the parallel port that's on the Disto. That's where I discovered real parallel ports run a lot faster. But then I had to quickly reprogram the jobs we were doing under BASIC 09, which I had been fiddling with at home, but wasn't super familiar with. And then that's when I discovered the power of the multitasking, because I'd run BASIC 09 from one job on one window and clear over to another window, tying into Rob's ad. And then I'd write a second Basic 9 program while that one's running printers, because these printers were running stacks of paper, like, a foot high. So it would take like a good 30 to 40 minutes to run through. And I could be programming in the other window and setting up the next job, which is completely different. And then start the second printer, and then you just would swap back and forth. So it worked really well. And the PDP got fixed, lasted about 6 months, blew up again. And they said, this is getting expensive, because it was costing $3,000 to $4,000 just to get these boards.
Yeah, wow.
And this was the second time we were spending that amount of money to fix it. And they said, well, that other computer you brought in last year, like what does that cost? And I said, I can probably get you a hard drive system and monitor and everything else for far less than $3,000. So they gave me the go ahead to do it. And we ordered stuff from Frank Hogg. So we got a Coco 3 with 1 meg of RAM pre-installed, the disto, a multi-pack, which Bill modified with the IRQ strapping thing, which I'll let him explain. And then we had the Eliminator card, which had 2 hardware serial ports and a real-time clock and auto boot ROM, and supported hard drives and no-halt floppies all simultaneously in one card, plus a hardware parallel port. And then we had a COM4 board we ordered from Alpha Software, which is Keith Alfonso, who's active on the Coco Facebook group still, which is a 4-port R32 2-pack card. So that got us up and running with one printer, and then terminals, because one thing we wanted to do was try to get the rest of the system, because everybody had these terminals hooked up to PDP. We had ADM 22s, ADM 3As, and a couple others I can't remember. That basically people would log into the PDP system just to check on jobs and stuff. So we decided to expand that. We add more terminals, etc. But to do that, Bill had to get hired to build some custom boards to give us more parallel ports, because we were now upgrading to 3 printers at the same time, and more serial ports because we were trying to hook up terminals by the press and terminals in the offices of the president and vice president, and salespeople had them and everything else. So that's when we hired Bill, and I'll let Bill kind of explain what his hardware side of things was. And then we'll kind of both get into the NitrOS-9 thing, because after the 639 stuff was discovered in 92, so it's a couple years after the Coco did take over work, we started working on that simultaneously. So Bill, do you want to kind of explain some of the hardware upgrades you did?
Well, basically, the first thing I actually ended up having to do was to strap the IRQ lines in the multipack, as Curtis mentioned. And besides the actual COM4 board that we actually ended up getting from Keith Alfonso, I actually designed and built another 4-port RS-232 board, as well as another 4 printers on a separate board. So basically, every single slot in the multi-pack was full.
And all multifunction.
And all multifunction, because it all worked at the same time, and all IRQs working at the same time between all devices.
That's a pretty cool setup. That's pretty impressive.
Is that why you had to upgrade the IRQ so that it would run all 4 cartridges at the same time? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Because normally what you have to do is you have to program the multi-pack. If I got an RQ, like go check on slot 1. Okay, it's not there. Go check on slot 2. Once you tie the line together, basically if any of them generate an interrupt, which means any of these serial cards and anything else, the disk controller or whatever, it would immediately hit the Coco, and then you have an RQ, and you don't have to keep monitoring every slot separately.
You didn't have to do the slot switching.
So you're pulling the slots to check for an interrupt. Ooh, lots of overhead.
Yeah, they cut that down. Yeah, we ended up, I think, at the final maxed out system, we had 1 meg of RAM, we had 2 hard drives, we had an 80 meg and a 40 meg, we had 3.5 and a 5.25 inch no halt floppy 360 and 720K. We could have done the upgrade to the high density discs, but I don't think we just never bothered.
No, we never did bother, because we didn't actually get to the point of upgrading the high density drives.
Yeah. And then we ended up with 8 serial ports based on 6551s and 6552s, which is a much better chip. Yeah. The COM4 was still the old 6551s.
Yeah, my board was the 6552s.
Yeah, as was the Eliminator. I think we only ended up with 3 parallel ports, didn't we? We had one on the Eliminator, and then you had a dual card, I think.
Well, I had the second board that I had for the parallels were 2 6821s, which would do 2 parallel ports or each. So it was capable of the 4 parallels, but I think we only did use the 3.
Yeah. And then later on, we started driving laser printers, like 20 and 30 page per minute lasers too, as well as line printers. And we had faster line printers we went on too. I think our maximum speed one at the end was 1,200 lines per minute. That was where the Coco was starting to, kind of not keeping up with the printer's maximum speed. Whereas with the 300 and the 600 line per minute versions, we actually could drive it at full throttle. So basically, we had this nice mega Coco system. In fact, we actually talked to Lonnie Falk at one of the Rainbow Fests there, and he was quite interested. We were supposed to do an article and a video, which we had started shooting. We had video and stuff. And Bill, I don't know if you remember, or guys, I don't, but at some point it got lost somewhere. And
I don't know exactly where it went or how it disappeared, but we started doing that video because a couple of your pictures that you have on file are part of that video.
Yeah, so we have some stills and stuff, but yeah, it's too bad. It would have been an interesting article to write and actually to show everybody, because we took pictures of all the printers running. We take a shot of the Coco screen, clear it through windows, showing you got the Calgary Flames running here, and the Edmonton Oilers running here, and the Nashville Predators running here, and then we pan over to the printers showing all three jobs running simultaneously. But
it's I've already mentioned it, but that's a really impressive thing for Coco 3 to, an impressive ad for it, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember the time frame this is in too. I mean, the PC could not do this.
No.
This is like Windows 3.1 days, which was cooperative multitasking, which means it didn't, like, this is all preemptive multitasking. And with the Mega RAM, I mean, everything was basically running in RAM. We were hitting the hard drive just for data chunks, as you're setting up the page type thing. Everything else is just running basic 9 programs. So
really cool.
we could format we used to do this to people that really liked Windows, even when Windows 95 came out. I can format a floppy and run 3 printers, and when you formatted a floppy in the PC, it locked the machine up until the format was done. So it was that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a great multitasking powerhouse, and we did do some assembly language programming. We did some special stuff to speed up graphic dumps to the printer, because even basic 9 speed doesn't match what we needed to drive that, at printers that run that full throttle. So we did do some machine language. We did some terminal emulation stuff. So our different terminals, it would sense what terminal it was, and it would change the codes. I didn't know about term cap and some of these other things that were available until afterwards, but I'd already written the emulator. So
and that's actually where MTSMon came in.
Yeah, actually, that was one big thing that Bill did, because we were running out of memory, especially in the system and just for general apps there, because we were running 8 terminals. So every terminal had its own shell and its own process area, and they might be running other programs on top of that. And then the system app was trying to keep track of all these different terminals running 8 simultaneously, all running different things. And Bill, like the standard TSMon that came with the development pack, you had to run TSMon for every terminal. So we had to run 8 TSMons, which then ran 8 logins, which then ran 8 shells. And now you're taking like half a mega RAM just to launch all this stuff.
Yeah, to say all your 1 mega RAM you had in it would have been an absolute necessity to do all that.
Yeah, and then Bill came up with the ingenious thing that I think you were originally planning it for the BBS or something before we did it.
It was originally planned for a BBS, not even involved in work.
Do you want to explain what MTSMon does? We've actually uploaded it to the repository.
Basically, what it is it's just one program that actually you set up a script file that actually had all of the terminals that you wanted to list out and have a shell on and log in, for instance. And this program read that file and started monitoring each of those ports. And once it actually sent something on one of those ports, it would actually execute the login and then the shell. But the actual MTSMon program monitored each one of those programs separately within itself instead of each one doing it on its own.
Yeah, so basically the main program that kind of monitored the ports here and decided who was logged in, who wasn't, used to be 8 separate programs running, 1 for each port, and Bill changed it so it was 1 program doing all 8 ports at once. So only 1 program had to run. So it was faster, took a lot less RAM, and just was a huge improvement. And then in 1992, now at this point, we hadn't done anything playing with the OS itself aside from installing drivers from Frank Hogg and everybody else. 1992 was revealed on the Coco listserv that from an article apparently published 4 years earlier in Japan, that the 609 actually had all these extra instructions and stuff, and also had the native mode, which ran faster. So I think I'm trying to remember, Bill, the timeline on this. You probably remember better than I, because you actually went to the Pacific Northwest show.
Thinking about this too, Curtis, and I think we actually did the crystal upgrade on the 6809 before we got to the 6309.
Yeah, that's right too. I don't know if you guys know what a crystal upgrade is, but there's a master clock crystal in the CoCo that controls basically everything. Everything's a division of that clock crystal: the CPU, the VDG speed, everything. And we discovered from talking to Bruce Eisted and some other people that you can upgrade that past that, the standard speed. Like right now, the current CoCo 3 currently runs at 1.7895 megahertz. And if you upgrade the crystal to a 32 megahertz crystal, it actually goes to true 2 megahertz. And all the chips besides the gimme and the video signal are rated for that. So if you tweak your monitor, you can actually speed up your CoCo about 10, 12%. And you're running all the chips within spec except for the video signal and cassette. I guess you have to change timing loops for that. But so we upgraded the CoCo 3 itself to run a little bit faster than a stock CoCo 3, just by replacing that one part, which is what, with 79 cents or something like that. It was dead easy upgrade.
Yeah, if I remember the receipt that you showed me, I think it was like 79 cents for that crystal.
Yeah, so that was a nice, easy, 10% speed increase for cheap. And we didn't use cassette, and we had tweaked the monitor to handle the speed. And some brands of monitors could handle it better, like a NEC multi-sync could handle, I've heard like from Bruce and some of the others, they actually upgrade some of their CoCo 3s to run 2.5 megahertz, which is pretty close to what the Gimme X is going to be doing. So we've kind of seen what that speed looks like.
So that would have produced a non-standard video sync signal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's why we're talking. Yes. You need to tweak your monitor or get a multi-sync monitor, a real multi-sync, not these.
So you'd be running around 16.5 kilohertz or something, or horizontal frequency.
So we did that as our first hardware upgrade.
It was
I guess
a little higher, yeah,
for speeding up the system itself. And then once the 609 stuff came out, we went to CoCo Fest, and I think that's where Burke & Burke had the Power Boost.
Yes.
Which ran emulation mode, but it did run the new 609 instructions like TFM and a few other things that really speed things up, which Nick Morandi's can attest to. He's using it in Gunstar. So we got Power Boost, but then Bill started thinking about, we should try to get native mode running on this. But to get native mode, you have to change all your register stack frames, which OS9 uses constantly. Every system call uses register stack frames. You push registers in the stack, then you do a software interrupt call, and then the operating system picks up from where you left off and grabs all the registers back and figures out what system call you're trying to do. Are you reading a disk? Are you writing to a screen? What are you doing? And I had never tried tackling a huge project before. We'd done all these small little things locally for terminals and Basic 09 and printers and stuff. And I said, that's way too much for us to be able to handle. We're not professionals. We can't do that. And Bill kind of just said, I'll do it anyway. And I think you and Wes Gale were both working on it at the beginning.
Well, I started actually disassembling OS9 just before I went to Seattle to meet up with Wes. And once I got together with Wes, then we really decided between the two of us that, we got to keep going on this.
Yeah. And basically, this is a project that involves manually disassembling the entire operating system, every module, third-party drivers, everything else. And I basically said, there's no way you guys are going to finish this. So I just kind of poo-pooed the idea and just kept doing my normal work stuff. And then we were at work, and we did the development or I should say Bill did the development at work. Because, of course, you're a multi-user, multitasking operating system. So you get a couple printers running, you got half an hour to wait till the paper runs out. So Bill would be sitting there disassembling and commenting and doing stuff. And I still remember, because he actually called me in because I was at home and we were on opposite shifts. I think I was on days and Bill's on nights. Yeah. And he actually called me in. He said, I got it booted. So, and that means that basically you got the entire core kernel and the major OS9 boot modules running to the point where it actually can boot up to a shell in native mode. So I drove actually from home to work at, 10 o'clock at night or something. I had to see it because I really didn't believe that he'd actually managed to get it to work, and he did. So at that point, I became a complete convert. And then I just joined in, with Bill, and we were just, we'd pick and choose which modules who was going to work on to see. Now that we've got it running in native mode, everything's running 10 to 15, 20% faster. Now let's optimize the bejesus out of it using all these new 609 instructions. And that became like a 10-year project,
And there we have NitrOS-9 today.
But NitrOS-9 was basically developed at our work up until version 1.1516 when Alan DeCock joined in. And Alan, like funny enough, Bill and I were on CompuServe, and there was a lot of 609 talking CompuServe. Chris Burke was on there too, so the Power Boost stuff. Alan was on Delphi, and Delphi for Bill and me, there was no local number, so it was hugely expensive to call Delphi. So we just never bothered because it was too expensive. And Alan had done a lot of programming work. He did like his bouncing ball demo, and he did patches for CoCoMax and all kinds of stuff. And then he had been working on the 609 as well. And Bill and I didn't know him from Adam. Like, we had no clue who he was, what his skill set was, or anything else. So he kind of proposed this on the list. Can I get involved with this? Because I've done some patches too. and Bill and I just said, well, I don't know if we want to let somebody in we don't know. And then I think Alan ended up disassembling OS9 P1 or something, patching it to greatly speed up IRQ handling, and then sent it back to us and said, well, here. And we tried it out. Holy crap, he doesn't know what he's doing. And so then we started sending him all the source too, and then he joined in, and he went from 1.15 up until version 2, and a lot of the graphic speed ups and stuff originally done by him. Like one thing Alan brought, like Bill and I, our attitude was to take the existing code and then optimize it as much as we could for the 609, which gave us great speed ups in some spots and pretty decent speed ups in others. Alan brought the new mindset of let's take a look at the algorithm, like how is it doing what it's trying to do, not just what is the raw code. And can we actually just change the algorithm or the way it works to speed it up? And that was the fresh perspective of thinking, because I hadn't really thought of that. I was just trying to speed up the existing code. And once we saw some of the speed gains he was getting on certain functions, it was like, oh, we should do this with the whole rest of the things. So we started doing the same thing. And for those of you following ease of use, the 6809 optimizations I've done the last few versions for graphics and stuff is based on that. It's taking like the algorithmic changes we did in NitrOS-9 609 and then backporting it to 6809. So you were getting graphic speedups and stuff beyond, the patches that Kevin Darling did back in the late 80s.
Or original stock.
No, stock is so god awful slow.
Oh, I can't even use it anymore.
I have a question about the multitasking environment you were talking about compared to Windows at the time. I remember, really up until very recently, if you had a lot of intensive CPU stuff to do in Windows or Mac OS, and then you tried to do a whole lot of other stuff at once, or even one thing at once, you'd get an error in your, even encoding something to iTunes, back in the day, even maybe 10 years ago. So when you were, doing all these processes at once, and then you were disassembling things and in all these different windows, did it increase? Like, how reliable was it in terms of creating errors, or were you really able to format a drive and to run all the printers at the same time and then not have any errors in your format?
Yes.
You would get errors. You might run out of memory if you're doing too much, or the worst, like running out of memory is pretty rare for us because our programs are pretty compact. The big thing was the speed. I mean, if you're doing too many things at once, I mean, you only got a 2 megahertz CPU in here, right? And even with no halt controllers and stuff, it does slow down. But one thing we could do is, and one thing that OS9 natively supports, is a set priority. So every process is defaulted to priority 128, which means they get the equal amount of CPU time. But you got certain processes that don't really need that. They're sitting waiting for a drive, or they're waiting for the printer. So we can knock a printer process down to say 127, 126, a little bit lower. So it gets a little bit, CPU time, but it's still keeping up with the printer. And you could speed up other things. Like if we're trying to do a major data conversion for work, or if we're trying to disassemble something and we don't want to wait, you could bump the priority up on those, and those would then run faster. So you can kind of balance it yourself. But OS9 was very robust. I mean, as far as errors actually having, the only thing you would see would be slowdowns. You wouldn't see crashes.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. Yeah,
and that's actually where you see the difference between OS9 or NitrOS-9 and Windows, because Windows is actually a message-based operating system where each program has to send messages back and forth. Whereas OS9, its design theory was real time, which means each individual process got its own time slice versus having to send messages back and forth.
So you can send signals back and forth in OS9 as well. They just have set up a signaling system.
You can do that, yes.
How did you go about tuning those processes? Did you set like the printer processes at the really lowest priority, and you'd see how long the printer pauses, and you keep bumping it up until the printer keeps busy?
Yeah, I mean, basically, once we
you
got it
find
going,
that balance.
yeah, you kind of figure out like a printer would be 126 usually. If it's a line printer, it might be 128. You might leave it full blast if it's a laser because it takes more data to print stuff with. And then you'd be certain things like if you're disassembling something, but it's not really, you don't want to view it in 5 seconds type thing. You could just bump it lower if it's slowing down something else that was time critical. Like if we got busy with work stuff and we had to start researching some other things. And Bill and I are on our main desk where the Coco 3 itself was. We actually had one of the terminals, so we could even work side by side. Like one of us would have an 80 column terminal to be doing stuff, while the other is actually running on the main Coco itself. So you could even bump up. I need some extra process priority here, Bill, because I need to. Get this assembly to go real quick so we can reboot the system after these next piles of printer paper are done, so we can reboot and see if this new patch works, which we did all the time. But
you had some
numerous times.
I recall you told me last time you had some resistance from a female boss at some point.
Yeah, that was at the second company, because the first company we worked at was Mackenzie Ray Tickets, which ran from 86 till 1992, and then they got bought up by Mercury Graphics, which is where I worked up until Mercury disappeared. And Bill worked there for quite a few years too. But the person that was in charge of the computer department there, they were running an HP 3000 mini computer, kind of like a PDP, but a little bit smaller. And she was very staid in her ways. Like she was very regimental. Like, you have to do things this way. You have to use the HP to run these printers. We're not letting you guys run this stuff. And yeah, she was quite resistant to using the Coco for anything. And so basically, we when we got bought out, a lot of the people came over and they knew what we were capable of doing, and they'd ask her, and because she didn't want to write new software unless absolutely necessary, if they asked, "Can you do this special thing we haven't tried before?" Bill and I would normally, if they asked us, we'd go, "Let me think about it. Yeah, I think we can do that. Let's give it a try." And she was more like, "We haven't done that before, so no." And it ended up that even the people that had been at Mercury before they bought up Mackenzie Ray, as well as the Mackenzie Ray salespeople and stuff, would just come and ask me and Bill. They wouldn't even talk to her anymore, which caused a bit of a rift because she was technically in charge of the department.
Just a little.
So they'd come out to us a night shift, because she usually worked the day shift, and then we'd get all these extra things done that they wanted done, or special programming done for the next day, and they would be running it. And she started getting mad. She started talking to the president about Bill and Curtis are kind of trying to
usurping my authority.
And yeah, exactly. And then he kind of said, "Well, are they helping get things done faster?" And well, yes. Well, then let them do it, type thing. In fact, her and the president got in a very heated argument. Now, Bill witnessed this. I was actually on Christmas holidays.
Oh yeah.
And Bill, you can explain that story, what you saw through the window.
Oh, there was quite the argument going there between the president and this woman. Like, he basically pushed her right out the door.
Wow. Far out. Sounds like she was a bit of a control freak.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
The sad thing was, she was not dumb. She was a good programmer. She
was a good programmer. Yeah,
she just didn't want to do anything new. She had these set of programs that she'd been using for a couple of years and didn't want to expand on them or change them or refresh them in any way. She just wanted to keep running the same stuff.
Was the woman's name Fletcher, by any chance?
Nope.
Okay.
Not going to reveal her name just in case, by some off chance she manages to hear this, because I don't want to diss her on a personal level. Like I said, she was a good programmer. She just was very intransigent to doing anything new.
Not so great for a computer person.
Have you got some of those photos?
I've got one. This is from Mercury. This is from late in the Mercury thing here.
Hold on. Let me stop sharing my sound.
I don't need sound for this, so you can leave the sound if you want. I just need to be able to share.
I don't know. Will it let you share? You try.
No, I guess maybe not. You're right.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead.
Make my day.
Okay, you guys seeing that?
Yep.
Okay, so this is at Mercury. This is the later company. This is at the late end. This is probably around, I don't know, late 90s. So this isn't the original setup we would have had here, but you can see the Coco 3 there behind the chair and the multi-pack with every single slot full. On the far
David Ladd was right.
Cables from HELL.
Yeah, if you can see all the cables down below the desk there, that's like parallel printer cables and serial cables and all kinds of crap. Some power cables. But that's our one meg Coco 3 CM8 monitor.
Yeah.
All 4 slots. On the left there by the filing cabinet, you can see the hard drive, and beside that, you can kind of see the top end of the floppy drive. That was our dual 5 1/4, 3.5 inch.
It says 1993 on the text.
Is it the printer we can see in the background there? Is it a mirror?
Yeah, that's one of the
There's 2
Printronix
of them.
printers. Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually 2 of them that you can see in that picture.
But that was the 300 line per minute line printers, and they were true line printers. They had a hammer bank rather than a head like you're used to on standard dot matrix. So we would have this big bank that would actually hit the paper all at once and print the entire line in one shot.
It would have been loud.
Oh, it was.
Oh, they were.
That's why it's in that separate room in the middle there that's partly soundproof with windows.
Yeah, right. Oh, so that's a window we're seeing there, not a mirror. Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. And then on the far left on the other desk, you can see one of the ADM22 terminals. That was one of the 8 terminals we had hooked up to the CoCo. So we had a bunch of these 80 column terminals that you could run screen editors on. You could run Basic 9, you can run shells. And basically, later on when we had the main CoCo was being used by Bill, myself, or later Dwayne Downing as well, for doing the actual programming of the next jobs coming up. But the people we actually had operating the printers, because by that time it was just getting too busy and we couldn't do it ourselves and get any other work done. So the people would be at terminals, and there's some terminals in the printer room too, or on the other side of the other glass. They could actually, control running the printers and what program's running and what job it's for from the terminals themselves through the CoCo to the printer, while Bill or whoever was on shift at that particular time would be running the main CoCo 3 for the actual development of the code we needed. But yeah, NitrOS-9 was developed on this CoCo for the most part. We did do some development at home too, but most of it was done here because it was just such a slick, nice system. Neither one of us had 1 meg of RAM at home at the time. Neither one of us had dual hard drives at home at the time.
No.
So it was just much better. Plus, it was clock crystal upgraded too, so it ran a bit faster. So basically, NitrOS-9 from version 1 right through to version 2.01 was ran or developed, I should say, primarily on this system, as well as home systems of myself, Bill, and Alan DeCock.
That's really cool.
Cool.
Mm.
Yeah, and actually this picture doesn't really show it yet, Curtis, but there was also the other laser that was there at the time that this picture was taken, and that one super fast printer is basically on the other side of the wall behind that black filing cabinet.
Yeah, the Manus Mentali printer that ran at
The Manus
1,200 lines per
Mentali,
minute.
Oh,
That was the
that
one I
thing
had to
was
bump the
fast.
priority up because the CoCo couldn't quite keep up at a standard priority while running other stuff at the same time. Also not shown in this picture, I don't think, it'd be through the second window. Yeah, you can't quite see through there because it's reflecting it. But there was a 386 DX40 AMD Windows 3.1 computer that we used as a terminal on the CoCo itself too.
That's funny.
and another guy, James West, he was just kind of like a temporary help person, but he was a genius programmer. I roommated with him for a while, and he was a far better programmer than I was.
Oh, that guy was smart.
Oh yeah, still is. But he wrote I wish we could find it again because unfortunately it got lost over the years. But he wrote an OS9 emulated terminal program for the PC that actually emulated doing overlay windows and device window changes and colors and palettes and all that stuff that you could actually run. And you can natively run OS9 programs and actually have them do pop-up overlay windows and stuff right on the screen for screen editors like SLED and that kind of stuff. And it ran really well. And I wish we could find it. It was originally written in Pascal too, if I remember Turbo Pascal.
Yeah, he wrote it in Pascal, yeah.
So this time period was very interesting because in a couple of years you had Windows 95, and then the whole phenomenon of people playing like Minesweeper and other things and other Windows, and then bosses coming and they switch over. And so were you or Bill ever get tempted to play a game of a Rogue or something in another window?
Oh, we did.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the OS9 terminal
Shanghai
program
was
ran
developed
Rogue
on
quite
that
well.
same
It
machine.
ran. There's a Star Trek game that ran in color that I ran on there quite a bit.
There's no delay when you hit that clear button. It's boom, you're back to work.
Yeah, I did the port. I did Rick Adams' port of Shanghai on that machine.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, you did that at work.
That's cool.
Was there any consideration since that time period was right when kind of Commodore was releasing all the Amiga stuff before they before they tumbled and went out of business. Was it? Did they ever consider the Amiga? I know they didn't really have OS9 for the Amiga, but was that ever a consideration, or was it just too expensive? Is that the reason why they went with the Coco?
It was probably a combination of being too expensive. I don't know how good the Amiga's multi-terminal support would have been. Could it handle 8 terminals hooked up to it? Was there even hardware to allow that to happen?
I don't know.
That's the thing. I don't know if there was any hardware. Oh,
I know we had a kind of a kinship with some Amiga people, not at work, but just in general, because I remember Microsoft made a claim that you couldn't do any serious multitasking, anything with less than 4 meg RAM or something stupid like that. And both of our groups piped up and said, "What the hell are you talking about? We've been doing that for years. And we're doing it preemptively, not cooperatively."
A quarter of the RAM.
Or
You
less.
bought this. You bought this whole system before Tandy discontinued the Coco in '91.
Oh no, we bought this. When did we get? It would have been 89.
It would have been 89, 90s ish, somewhere in there.
Yeah, late 89, I think, because the first PDP death, temporary death, was late in 88, and I was just there by myself. Bill wasn't there yet, and I literally ran my Coco. Like, I ran home after the PDP died, and we found out it was going to take a week to get the replacement board for $4,000 or $3,000 or whatever it was. So I ran home, grabbed my Coco, because we were in the middle of rush season. We couldn't afford to be stopped for a week. And I just brought my own home Coco 3 system, which was just 512K and a dual floppy drive. And we got everything up and running, I got everything up and running literally that afternoon. We didn't hook up terminals at that point. And then when it died again, which was just months later, I think that might have been in the spring of 89, is when we ordered everything in. And by that summer, fall, we had the system ordered both from Tandy and Frank Hogg, depending on which hardware we're talking about.
Yeah, and the company that we worked for bought it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did you use any of the applications for OS9, like Phantom Graph, or anything besides what you were developing yourself?
Just development tools like Basic 09, the C compiler, the assemblers, Scred, yeah, because that ran on the terminals and some other editors and stuff. But we were basically doing development, so that's mostly what we were doing is development tools.
Hey, Curtis, Mr.
Yep.
Dave has a question. He was wondering, did you ever have to replace your Coco at work, or did it last forever?
It lasted the entire time, I think.
Not quite. Because basically afterwards, the line printers kind of got phased out. They weren't being used by anybody anymore. The lasers, we were getting faster lasers. We had some lasers that were doing 60 pages per minute. The Coco had trouble keeping up because you had to dump a lot more graphics stuff to it. So it was becoming a bit of a speed hindrance. On the slower, older lasers, which ran at 20, 30 pages a minute, we can keep up. But then we switched to an inkjet system, which ran at 300 feet per minute. And that was way too fast for a Coco to do. And plus, they were using really huge files. So that actually ended up running on OS2 Warp. With the development of the files for it being developed under Windows, at that time it would have been 95 or 98.
So you were running standard like a PC based, like
a which sucked because you had to have a
system.
separate PC for every single one you were doing because the multitasking at that point wasn't that good yet.
Yeah, yeah, right. So were they all Pentiums or something, were they? Or
yeah, 46s and Pentiums, I think, at that stage.
Yeah.
Was there ever a consideration in going to a 68K based Coco 4 like the MM1?
No, I mean, Bill and I managed to monitor that quite well because we'd see them at the fest and stuff, but we were kind of getting a little bit of bad vibes, and it didn't matter which manufacturer you're talking about. It's like, MM1 had trouble getting FCC approval for a year and a half and got delayed, and then Frank Hogg stuff got delayed. The PT68K was basically an IBM ISA bus that you had to custom write drivers to run these ISA cards, and we're going, well, if you're doing that, you might as well just run the PC, right? Because they already have the drivers done. You don't have to worry about doing those extra coding. So for us, it was never really a major consideration. If one of them had taken off and become popular enough to have this, software support of an industry, we might have, but it never got to that point. And the OS9000, we did fiddle with OS9000 for a little bit on the Intel chips. But by that time, Windows had started to catch up. And there was a lot more hardware support. Like OS9000, you had to have like this type of a graphics card, this type of a printer card. You couldn't just, plug in the cheap ones. You had to buy these specific ones, which were usually more expensive or more limited in power. So by the time Windows XP came along, we'd kind of gone more to the PC side. The Coco still ran some, occasional line printer jobs or as an extra backup for some of the laser jobs. But It just kind of got gradually retired as time went on.
Okay. We're coming up to the top of the hour. Any other questions from the panel in the next 5 minutes or so?
Or from the chat?
Or from the chat?
Yeah, what happened with the CoCo system there?
Bill, did you take the CoCo itself, or I can't remember what happened to the CoCo? The Eliminator
Actually,
I have here. Actually, I have the Eliminator.
I know you have the Eliminator. The CoCo, I don't know where that ended up.
Interesting to find out.
Yeah, I can't remember. Somebody might have bought it. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. But the Eliminator and one of its hard drives I actually still have here. I have to actually try to piece together a boot file to be able to read it because the Eliminator was not compatible with the Radio Shack controller whatsoever. But eventually, I have to go see what's on that thing.
I'm even kind of curious to find out where those two boards went too.
Yeah, because I don't think I got them. I'll have to dig through, but I don't think I have them.
Imagine having that for a CoCo Fest. Have the whole original setup and a printer and everything, and print all the newsletters for CoCo Fest on it. Cool.
Well, the printers are long gone. I know that.
Yeah.
Mark, any other questions in the chat?
None that I see, other than Tim Franklin said, did anybody read all of that printed material? And I said, they're event tickets. And hopefully they read every one of them to make sure they're not.
Yeah, because they have to figure out where they're sitting.
And to make sure they're not forgeries. So every one of them should have been read.
Yeah, but if anybody here attended major sports events in North America during that 88 through or 89 through 2000 time period, there was a good chance that at least some of them you would have been printed on a CoCo, because we did 3/4 of the NHL, we did about 1/3 of the NFL, we did about 1/3 of Major League Baseball, we did some lacrosse, we did a lot of college teams.
Do you have any examples?
Basketball, we did about half the NBA. We did the World Expo in Australia on the CoCo.
Oh, really? I've actually got my Expo 88 ticket. I've still got it.
Yeah, it was Expo 88. So little spitter tickets about this.
Oh, really?
That was printed on the CoCo.
I want to see it.
We printed that. I'm glad I kept it now. I've actually, I know exactly where it is too.
Oh, good. Dig it up
little
for
did you
next
know.
time and do a show and tell on it.
Yeah, I will for sure.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Well, like I said before, this is an interesting story about seeing what the CoCo in a real world application. It's a good story to know that the CoCo was doing something that we generally thought that you would need a PC network and all that to do, and here we had the little old CoCo.
Yeah, we just had a serial network with 8 serial terminals hooked up at 4,800 baud.
Well, that's blowing my mind.
The world
my
jumped
Expo ticket was printed on your CoCo. That's crazy.
Get it.
Oh, you want to explain it to me again? I didn't catch it when I walked into the room. I didn't catch it when I heard you talking. When I was in the bathroom.
We got a little window into Bill's home environment.
Fortunately, the world kind of jumped to PCs and Apples when things were getting interesting in other areas too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this was a great topic. Thanks, Curtis and Bill and everybody on the panel. If you have any additional questions, we'll certainly be able to answer those in the coming hour. I think what we'll do now is, Curtis, if you've stopped sharing, obviously. And so I'll share my system sound again so the panel can hear. We'll play the.
But before you do, Rob, I just want to thank you for making that NitrOS-9 commercial, because we actually hadn't seen that before, including me and Bill. So. Yeah.
So we're going to replay that since I kind of broke it off a little bit early. So we'll replay the NitrOS-9 commercial, just hit clear. We'll also play a new ease of use commercial that's focused around 2 megabytes. And then we'll go into a new CoCo Thoughts, and then come back for hour 3 host Curtis Boyle with news.
Is there a new CoCo Thoughts? I thought Ken said there wasn't one. Oh, okay.
I haven't seen it before, so it's new to me.
Before you do launch everything too, I just wondered, is it possible to bring up the gain a little bit on the Zoom sound, or is that is it a global? Is the level when you shared the sound last time, it was better, but it was still really, really quiet.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I'll see what I can do. No promises.
Yeah,
no drama. Check for knew Joey and Coco too.
Stevie and Jason are on Zoom as well. I don't know if they want to talk or anything.
Actually, if they're here, we should get them on before, like after the commercial, but we'll get them on before we segue into the other stuff.
Yeah. Yep. Wonder Jason.
Yes, we are. Hello, CoCoTalker.
Okay. Before we lose them again.
I want to talk about Stevie's hat.
Well, you didn't lose us during the hour and a half snooze fest. That was OS9, so we're still here. I haven't fallen asleep at the wheel. I only have 4 words about that last segment. Not on my watch. So you're lucky I'm not hosting.
DriveWire, TTL, RS-232, floppy drive.
But did you see the multi-pack was full? David was right. 4 slots is not enough.
Covered the grease weasel yet?
Hey, if we had more slots, it would be better.
That's what she said.
All I can say is, Stevie, we would probably trust your opinion more if you didn't have such a ridiculous hat. Otherwise, we just ignore you. So.
This was my OS9 filter here.
Yeah, it looks better.
Yeah.
That's a classic.
Yeah, so to the 30-some-odd people that were watching, we're sorry.
That we're watching, do you say?
Any updates on the convention, Steve?
What's that?
So we posted some pictures and
We're gonna pull up your pictures on the next news segment.
Yes, there were Coco sightings at HamCation. So
more than one.
Yeah.
I see Sarah in the
one
podcast.
Coco too.
Hi,
Also,
Sarah.
the direct connect modem pack.
I haven't seen any retro stuff at the any of the flea markets here. You guys are lucky.
Hey, do you guys have a 4-hour DriveWire segment planned for the next part? Because I could really use some sleep right now.
Actually, Stevie, I wanted to ask you, there was one thing that you posted on both Facebook and on the listserv about trying to get that digitized dot matrix printer tribute to the guy's son.
Yes. Did anybody respond to that? Because I don't know anybody who's got a dot matrix printer.
Yeah, I was hoping to bring it up in the panel in case anybody here does. I don't know if you are you guys familiar with the story?
Other than what I shared with you guys, the email I received that I shared with you guys. No, but and I'll be serious for just a second and only a second. I am actually looking forward to the new commercials.
You better put your hat back on. I think you've been taken over by aliens or something here. So
that's not Steve.
He's just spent too much time out in the sun today. Yeah.
The sun is delicate on your alabaster skin.
He's got the beer virus.
He's back.
Stevie, in stream content, where am I looking for photos?
Oh no, the photos were posted in Discord under CoCoTalk lobby.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back with news and Game On and photos from HamCation and all that fun stuff.
Let's do HamCation first before we hit the other two.
Alrighty.
Because that's kind of news, and we can segue to news after that.
Okay, here we go, everyone.
DriveWire.
TTL.
A whole new approach. Faster than ever. A window to a world of possibilities. Clear your expectations. Clear your hesitation. Just hit clear.
Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Baby, there's something I need to talk to you about. Remember when we first met? Everything was so easy and it felt like nothing could stop us. But now, Everything is such a struggle. And if I'm being honest, you're really starting to show your age.
Can I get the check, please?
Break up with 512K. Use 2 megabytes now with NitrOS-9 Ease of Use Edition.
Ease of use. Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. I wish I was on my way to Florida right now. That would be a switcheroo.
All right.
Scott Gimes is envious of you guys. Not Scott. I keep saying Scott because it's an actor named Scott Grimes. Samuel Gimes.
All right, Curtis, you want to take it away with hour 3?
I guess he could. So next up on NitrOS-9 special day, just for Stevie.
All NitrOS-9 all the time.
You guys covered how to make a bootloader.
It's the only thing that exists.
So here's the 17-page proposal of what we're going to put into Ease of Use Beta 6.
You know what? There actually was the bound manual of multi-view that we could have bought at the. He threw it in. I have it. Okay, I have it. He threw it in. Yeah.
Did you get it autographed for Stevie? That's the question.
But
even Nick Laurenti's like the OS9 segment, so.
How to boot NitrOS-9.
I'm sorry.
Follow steps.
No, Nick Laurenti's was just totally blown away. You could do something actually productive with OS9.
I'm still blown away that my Expo 88 ticket was printed on it, on a Coco, on the OS9. I still got it.
Do you
Anyway,
want
since we
to
actually
share Discord?
Yeah, I think we can go through the stuff that they found at HamCation or whatever it's called first before we get into the regular news.
Is there any Coco related stuff there that you didn't buy, or did you pretty much clean up?
Can they still hear?
There was one Coco related thing that I almost didn't buy. How about that?
So you guys bought every single Coco related item they had at the show.
Pretty much, yeah.
He didn't get the scripts cartridge.
Cool.
We bought this Cantronics cartridge with Cantronics is a company still in existence. I don't know if it was actually made by Cantronics. It was made for a third party, but they do amateur radio products. They're still there today. I think it looks like it's a ROM pack with a wire coming out of it.
Yes, Stevie
and
was
it's for
beautifully modeled.
Oh, there it is. Oh, look. The lovely Stevie Stroh has it right here. Thanks, the lovely Stroh.
Here's our hand model.
And it says Cantronics on it. So there's some interface or some kind of data terminal, but I guess you can do RTTY. I don't know a lot about it, but I've never seen one. I think it does TTL and DriveWire. Greaseweasel not included. But
Bet David's not here.
RS-232. Yeah,
Dave's not here, man.
Yeah,
He's not here,
I'm
man.
gonna have to take a look at it. It looks neat. I've never heard of it, but I negotiated the price on that. So because the original price I wasn't gonna get it, but when I was able to negotiate about 50% off, then I went. It was the last Coco thing he had, so because it's really rare. I'm like, oh, that's great. There's lots, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but.
I'm pretty sure
There's a wire coming out of it. How cool is that?
I'm pretty sure Tom C has used one, so talk with him because he's done. I'm pretty sure RTTY with his Coco.
Ron Delvaux might have done some stuff too. I don't know.
Yeah,
it makes
they
sense.
installed the modem pack on the table. That's what started all of it.
So was all this stuff at one table? Like one guy was selling Coco stuff, or was it scattered through?
Yeah, one guy. Yeah, his name was Roger. Yeah, he had a modem pack in the box on his table. I got Jason's eye.
You didn't catch his last name. Was it Krupski or?
Well, these were his stuff. He said this was his original equipment too.
But did you catch his last name?
You remember his last name?
I don't.
I don't remember his last name. Well, hopefully he contacted. Yeah, I gave him a card. That's my phone number and stuff on it, like my business card, and so hopefully he'll be to it. But yeah, so we saw the modem on the table and like, oh, cool. I knew we'd see something with Coco here. He's like, you want Coco? I got Coco. He had a whole bin under the table of stuff, and then that's his whole stash, and we basically got it all.
It was no multi-pack and disk drive for $50, but it was still pretty good. Yeah.
Was that where you got that last year? Was that a HamCation? Or was that VCS?
That was at HamVention last year in Ohio. So
yes.
Yeah, HamVention trademark.
Right now we're going to the world's largest orange.
Yeah, so it's a big giant orange up here.
World.
Wow.
Is that,
but thanks for keeping us away on the highway with the whole OS9 segment.
If we got too exciting there, we'd be just making you distracted driving, which I don't even know if that's legal anymore. So.
Is it a crime to have board driving? If I can get this to flip around and see the big giant orange.
Has it flipped?
It's gone black.
Did something.
Oh, there we go.
So the pictures you posted in Discord, is that everything that you bought?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're probably going to cut off here in a second.
Oh, Ben Drakes loves your hat. I don't know if he's being sarcastic or.
I sure hope so.
Good taste in the wardrobe.
I'm surprised Stevie hasn't visited the big orange before.
That's too orange for my blood.
2 hours away.
He's got the big yellow.
Kind of big.
Doesn't need the big orange.
Well, he saw that hat and he just had to have it. It just spoke to me. Yeah.
Well, we do have the Big Apple here in
It was
Ontario.
very easy.
What did it say?
So it was very easy not to lose him.
What did it say when it spoke to you? RS232.
Have you heard of the Big Apple, Curtis?
Buy me.
Sorry, what was that, Nick?
Have you heard of the Big Apple here in Ontario?
Whereabouts in Ontario?
It is on the 401 near, I'm not quite sure where it's near. Kind of outside Toronto, a ways.
Like north towards Montreal, or?
It looks like a Big Apple. They sell apple pies.
No,
it's in Ontario.
I've probably driven by it, but I never stopped there.
So take that, big orange. Get your Big Apple right here.
Nick has spoken 3 times.
Okay. We want to pop up those photos from Discord? Somebody?
Since I'm going to be doing the news segment, I guess I can just get my Discord running here.
Ooh,
so Stevie and Jason, what's the temperature like out there? Like, do you really need the hats? Is it that hot? Or they can't hear us now?
Maybe they're chilly. You know how they are with the weather down there.
Oh yeah, they gotta wear parkas when it's down to like 70.
Gonna catch our death of cold, I do declare.
It's warm enough. I mean, it's like Florida cold, but it's warm enough. I think we're in the 70s. I think the hat's just more of a sun thing. But here's the big giant orange. So we're gonna head inside. So we will catch you guys later.
If you want an orange Julius, was that a thing down there?
It's very, very orange. we got a giant pineapple here.
There's still a few orange
Wow,
Julius.
we could make it like a giant fruit salad between all of us.
Yeah. Apples and fruits, apples and oranges and pineapples. Actually, I think we've got a giant banana in Queensland too. Nick, you know about that?
I don't know about the banana. I don't know about the pineapple, but
giant banana.
Yeah, there's a pineapple down here. I thought there was a banana up there somewhere. Maybe I'm mistaken. But,
I think you're talking about our politicians.
Yep, all of them.
They're all bananas.
Yep, they're all Fruit Loops.
Okay, I have their pictures ready if you're ready to take a look.
Go ahead.
Oh, where's David Ladd?
Yeah.
RS232, TTL, Fly Grease Weasel.
So they said this was an FD500, not a 501 or 2, correct?
Yeah.
So that'd be the long length disc controller, and it'd just be 40 track single sided half height drives, I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
it looks like it. Yeah.
You just answered my question. Was it the difference between them would be the single or double sided? Is it? Or?
Yeah, 502 was double sided. The 501, I think, was still single sided, if I remember.
Yeah.
Both 40. All of those were 40 tracks. It was only the original full height ones that were 35. Now it's 64K Coco 2 with a Tandy logo, and they took a look at it. Looks like a B on the bottom, so I'm pretty sure that's going to be a T1 lowercase Coco 2.
Yeah, looks like it's in pretty good nick too.
If it's Korean and it's a B, it's very likely a T1, or it could be very much T1. I don't think American.
A little bit of discoloration on the keys. You can see it's yellowing a bit on some of them, but
that's pretty normal.
Well, you do
$15,
$64
that's not bad.
on that one.
How much are 64K Coco 2s going for on eBay these days?
$40, $50 usually.
So 15 is a pretty good deal.
Oh no,
more than that.
More than 40. Yeah, they're more like double that at the moment.
Yeah.
Throw a Coco VGA on this, and you'd be good to go.
Well, even without having true lowercase on this, I mean that's still a a hyped up Coco 2. So
case itself looks at least it's kind of whitish.
yeah, I can't tell if it's dirt or scuff marks, so I guess it depends.
Clean up.
Which actually we relate to a video I'll have on the news segment, but we'll get into that later.
The color looks good though. I mean, it doesn't look yellowed.
And there's that Xerox copy of the manual they're talking about, and then also a little bit of a shot of that HamSoft Cantronics card.
All right. Curious to know what that. Yeah.
That's not a card I'm familiar with. I remember some Ham stuff from back in the day, because I know Marty Goodman used to talk about it quite a bit, but that's not one in particular I remember.
I wonder where the connector goes.
Yeah, when I first saw it, I thought, is that like a CM8 connector? Is that a monitor card?
It's only a single.
That goes to the interface 2 unit that connects to. That provides the communication link between the computer and the interface 2 unit. They use the TTY connection on that. So instead of having the regular serial port, you're actually using the cartridge here, and then the HamSoft program for the color computer was used and communicated through the port.
Oh, did you have one of these, Brian, or were you familiar with it?
I used to do really on the Coco, but you just used the regular serial port for that. But I was doing a little bit of research, and then I've seen those around on occasion in my past years and that. And I did a little research on it just now, and I thought, oh, okay, I know how it works now.
So that plugs into a transceiver, does it, or is it?
No, it actually plugs into the special modem that's designed for receiving the signals, the audio signals, and it converts them to the actual digital output to a computer. So you had the modem that that cartridge plugged into, and that did the work, and then the color computer was just the terminal that accessed the modem.
So if you wanted to do RTTY, you'd have to plug in a transmitter to the modem then, yeah?
Exactly. You got a chain of components to have the TTY, or not TTY, to do the RIDI. And that the modem did the conversions of the digital information from the keyboard to whatever goes out, and then that goes to the radio, and the radio transmits the signal out.
He picked up a modem pack while he was there as well. I'm wondering if they're meant to go together.
That's probably highly likely, especially
there's the modem.
Yeah.
Maybe
that keyboard needs some cleaning though.
No. The Cantronics interface is designed specifically for creating the tones for RIDI, at the different modes,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
also for
right,
doing CW. So the direct connect modem pack, that's just standard RS-232.
All right.
Unless it's
Yeah,
been
okay.
modified. We won't know until he opens it up.
Yeah, because it came with a built-in 300 baud modem, but you could actually change it so it operated like a real RS-232 pack up to 19.2, if I remember. But yeah, that the HamSoft one looks like it's custom made specifically for doing the RTTY.
That's pretty typical of
audio signals.
of ham guys. That's
But
yeah.
that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if that direct connect modem has actually been hacked, and that HamSoft cartridge plugs into that hacked modem
It
pack.
wouldn't need to though, because you wouldn't need an RS-232 pack because the HamSoft would have the built-in audio tone version of that.
Yeah, well, you already got the audio tones there. All you need is an acoustic modem to basically connect to the radio transmitter.
Yeah, no, that the cartridge for the Coco, that is actually the serial port connection between the computer and the UTU is what they call it, or the modem unit that created the tones to go to the radio.
Oh, so the modem itself creates the tones. This just tells it sends the data to it to tell it what tones to create.
Exactly, it's just nothing but this communications port to the unit.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Remember, modem is a contraction for modulation demodulation. It's the thing that actually creates the tones and then reinterprets the sounds back.
Yep.
Anyway, I think that's the 4 pictures they had up.
By the way, I just did a quick search on eBay for completed auctions of Coco 2s. There's 3 or 4 of them that sold for around $50 US.
Oh, okay.
So this is like 1/3 the price, though.
Yep, and no shipping charges.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't know. If you had to drag Steve around in your car for a whole day, that's worth shipping charges, I think.
Especially with that hat.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready for news?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just get switched
All
over here.
right, let's go to our news intro.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
Hey, that's a good trippy psychedelic effect.
Number 1, TJB Chris, who's actually joined the Facebook group recently. He's been doing a lot of technical Coco videos, like he did the deload stuff. He did the how OS9 permissions and stuff work and stuff like that. Has a bit of a different one here, and a rather interesting hardware software project for the Coco, a literal fart detector.
It's about time.
A David Ladd detector.
So this it's kind of fascinating what he's done here. It actually detects methane, it can detect butane and stuff, and he wrote a little basic program that basically reads it. This is all done through the joystick port and some custom hardware he did. I don't know if I should play the whole thing. What do you guys think? It's about just over 5 minutes.
Does it detect when Greta Thunberg speaks? Sorry, I had to do that.
Or do you guys just want a kind of a sneak preview and watch it later?
Cut out the part where he actually does the fart.
Oh, he specifically made sure he didn't do that. He said, sometimes accidents happen. He didn't want that on camera. So
You might get a copyright hit.
Now, is this loud enough? You guys can hear it?
You're going to be grateful we don't have a sound chip.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I got no sound. Okay, just a sec.
Got no sound.
Share that again. I think I did it on the first one. I was doing the Discord stuff where I actually didn't need it, and then forgot to on this one.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, everyone.
Yep, it's working.
In the taste
Is it loud enough, or do you need louder?
Yep.
computer-related department, I figured I'd bring back an old project. Way back, probably 7 or 8 years ago now, when the Arduino Uno first came out, I got one for Christmas. And in looking for a project for it, I thought, we had a natural gas leak in the house once. I'll build myself a little DIY natural gas detector. Not really to protect the family, but it was just something to kind of learn the basic dealings of a microcontroller. So in building one, I found out it was pretty bad at detecting natural gas, but I figured out it was pretty good at detecting farts. So what resulted is the fart detector.
Natural gas.
What is the fart detector? This is the fart detector. Now this is just kind of a project I cobbled together, although I did build a nice little proto board. So this was designed to connect to a fire alarm system panel. And as such, it originally wired in as a 4-wire smoke detector. So over here, the power wiring originally came from this connector here, and then the point loop wiring as well. And in a typical NFPA style B smoke detector, you've got 2 wires for power, and you've got your zone loop wiring, or your point loop. So the NAC and notification, I should say, is a separate circuit. So anyway, I built this thing. The Arduino Uno is under this shield that has my warm catalyzed gas detector, and then I built this little proto board here that provides electrical isolation through the use of a miniature relay. So the alarm panel was particularly sensitive to fluctuations in voltage, so I figured isolating the point loop entirely allowed me the most control and the most reliability. So this was connected to an alarm system panel for a long time, and was in my basement, much to the chagrin of my wife. Since I have this color computer 2 sitting here, I figured I would bring it back to life, and so I've built a little interface cable for it, which goes back here on the color computer to the joystick port. And believe it or not, I was able to find a 6-pin DIN locally. I didn't have to send away for it. So I wired that up, and now I'm going to give you a little demonstration. Okay, so the way the fart detector works, it actually has 2 modes. It has a latching mode for connection to an alarm panel, where once the alarm sounds or is activated, the point latch is closed, and you have to reset the detector by removing power. That's typically how NFPA, I guess style A and B smoke detectors work. You remove power for them and the device resets. Otherwise, once they're alarmed, they latch. In this mode, I've reprogrammed it so that it will release after a period of time passes. It'll open the relay.
When are we getting to the farts, Curtis?
I'm going to load in a fart program.
Blank the screen when he comes on and I'm about to take his pants off.
Yeah. I was promised farts.
It's almost as bad as leaky, Grant Leaky.
Oh, look at that. All is well. So to demonstrate, I won't be farting on camera for you.
Oh.
To be perfectly honest with you, trying to force that kind of thing usually results in a situation where you don't need a fart detector to tell you what's wrong.
Never trust one.
But Haynes will be happy with you, because you'll be buying more of those. So to get around this little situation, I have some smoke detector tester, which I'm just going to shoot into it. For photoelectric detectors, this is enough. Butane also works particularly well, but methane even better. So let's give it a shot. As you can see, the color computer again says all is well.
Yeah,
let's see what happens. Oh no, a fart is detected. Everyone should take heed of the alarm and evacuate immediately to the nearest clean air space.
By the way, this can be ported to
As I mentioned
OS9.
earlier, the alarm is not
that's good.
permanently latching. It will unlatch the relay after the...
Then you can set up multitasking and have fart detectors in different rooms of the house, where the person who's farting is going.
There we go.
That's right. Can't do that on 6502.
Ready for the next alarm.
What was that, Mark?
I can hit it with a butane and make it work.
Is he going to have the source code and the hardware design on GitHub?
I don't know if I can do it, but I have a can of butane.
He usually does, so I'd imagine he probably is, but this would require the hardware schematic too, so I'm not sure.
I thought that said egg on the side of that thing for a minute.
there we go.
He sprayed egg gas into it.
Sulfur.
This time I think he sprayed
This will
butane
probably
into
clear
it.
out a little faster. And to be honest, the way this really works is it's just an oxygen sensor. And anything that displaces the oxygen will change the value that the sensor puts out, and what I do is I take a rolling average so that minute changes in air, moisture, anything like that doesn't cause the alarm to go off. I don't have fixed numbers in there. Instead, it takes a rolling average, and then if a value detected is suddenly a couple of standard deviations greater than the average, it throws the alarm. It's not the most complex algorithm in the world, but it's good enough for this. And
anyway, you get the idea.
Yep.
That's cool.
Thank God we don't have smell-o-vision on the show.
He needs to have a sound chip on that and have it really have some interesting sounds for the alarm.
Yeah, some digitized sound effects for the alarm. Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. Hey, I thought it was a fascinating and cheekily done hardware software project.
Cheekily, didn't
yeah.
Very funny.
Spread the cheeks and do the detect. That's basically what it is. So,
so when was this released?
We laughed at fart jokes when we were 16 years old, and we're still laughing at them.
I'm being especially sophomore because Steve's hat inspired me.
Take a whiff, CoCoTALK.
Anyway, on to the next more serious story. He does also demonstrate in the video, I should mention, that after the quote-unquote room clears, it actually will go back to a normal state, so it actually does detect once the oxygen has come back into the air by the detector.
You can breathe again.
Do you have any
David has left the building.
It's basically a thing where you can tell how long you have to hold your breath. I think is basically what it's used for. So
I think we cleared the room.
How many people are still watching on YouTube?
I don't know.
Or better yet, listening and smelling.
Coco Le Pew.
If someone farts and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound?
This is definitely not the high tech portion of the show. Well, it is kind of.
Or the highbrow section.
Yeah.
Might be
Next
the
up,
high
we got.
section, though.
Next up, we got Phil Crewman, who's got a channel that he does classic and modern computer stuff of various wide-ranging topics. In this case, he does a video doing a case restoration for a Coco 2, but without using Retrobrite and without using chemicals.
Or knowing how to spell computer.
Oh yeah.
He's not North American, I will say that.
He took the U from
He took
computer
the
and
U,
stuck it in color.
and put it in. Yeah.
Computer case, yeah. He's good. He's good at fixing up computer cases. I didn't say he was good at spelling.
I want a color computer too.
Anyway,
somebody used to go around.
He had a Coco 2 that he picked up that actually has not just discoloration, but it also had some like scratches and stuff there. And he kind of goes through, and it's a fairly long video, so I'm not going to play too much of it. But he goes through how he restored it, and he doesn't do the Retrobrite thing. He has experimented with the sunlight stuff, so he actually tells you how to specifically use certain types of brushes and whether they have to be damp or whatever to get rid of some of the nicks and scratches. So I'll just play a little.
Machine, and as you can see, the case itself really does need seeing to and sorting out, because it is in a bit of a state. Right in the back, you've got more damage, more scuffs, more nicks, more dents. Retrobrite won't get this out. So it needed a lot more work on one side, and it's fine on the other. And it's mainly used for refinishing, and it's light enough to sand along the machine just like this. Don't put any pressure on it, just be very gentle with it, and it'll start bringing the color up, and also taking out some of those dents and nicks as you go. You don't have to force it. It will do it naturally if you just don't press on it too hard.
Take you out.
Remember, the sponge has to have a little bit of moisture.
Hey, Jane, it's an interesting video of how to restore a case a bit beyond just the discoloration part. And it's somebody that I've not seen do Coco stuff before, so hopefully he'll do some other Coco things in the future too. So
is he using? Is it like wet and dry? Is it like really fine grit stuff?
Yeah,
he's using
he goes into explanation of it a bit earlier. So if you want to watch the whole video, like I said, 60 minutes. He goes into the chemical composition, what happens when you try to do Retrobrite versus doing something else, and what happens to the plastic when you do that, and et cetera, et cetera. So it gets pretty technically detailed.
Yeah. Okay. Cool stuff.
Next up, Pets Ask Jim, who he did all the Dragon games. He actually did go back and do a couple Dragon games. I think he wasn't able to run properly the first time around. Well, one game in particular, but he's been lately doing all the utilities and word processors, that type of thing, which I will let you guys go check his page for most of that stuff, because reviewing word processors here is almost as exciting as talking about NitrOS-9 live or DriveWire or something like that. So. But this one kind of struck out to me because I've seen a lot of Coco programs that are kind of based on this. This is where you could actually have a machine language subroutine that would draw characters on the graphics screen, so you could do text, with lowercase and uppercase, different screen resolutions. And we had like the solution. We had Screen 64. There was a bunch of them here, but this is one that was on the Dragon market that I don't remember seeing before, called Pixel Writer, and it's just basically this is the demo program. It's not the explanation of how it all works and stuff, but it kind of show you what its capabilities were. I thought it was kind of interesting to see. It runs about a minute and then it repeats, so I'll just stop it after that. So some of instructions if you want to actually use the program yourself. I'll fast forward just a bit. So you can switch between screen modes. Actually, maybe I'll rewind that just a bit so you can see the color version. So some different size fonts.
What's so funny, Nick?
Said disk pics.
You want to be careful when you're showing off your disc pics.
Exactly.
You're being sophomoric, Nick.
I know.
I think that's a good public service thing. Think it through before you pronounce.
Hey, for any of you basic programmers that want to do the fancier stuff on some of the higher P mode screens and have different resolutions, because this does 32, 42, 51 characters per line. This program has all those fonts built in, and it also has the custom graphic characters and stuff too, so you can do some animation kind of like you do in the Coco VGA type stuff without having to actually get the hardware. Like you'll see some of the planes and trains and other things, chess pieces, etc.
How much RAM does it take from the system?
It'll run in 16K, though your basic program won't be too big because it takes 4 pages to hold the fonts in memory, which is 6K. And then your P-Mode 4 screen itself, or P-Mode 3 screen, depending what color you want, takes another 6K. So, it'll run in 16K barely, but basically it would be 32K RAM required.
Okay.
Pretty good.
And next up, Dragon Data Archive on YouTube. It's a channel I don't think I've seen before. Has a video on how to detect and repair upper RAM problems on a Dragon 32 Mark II board. And he actually goes through using peeks and pokes to figure out, like, this is supposed to be a Dragon 32 32K, and he does a print memory, he's only getting 8K. So what's up with that type thing?
Do here is do some poking into the memory, because we can use the Dragon as a diagnostic tool. We don't need anything special because the machine is actually up and running. So I've chosen 3000. That's a nice safe bit of memory. It's in the graphics area that's normally reserved, and that's in the lower 16K of memory. So what we're going to do, we will poke in the 0 and peek. So take a look at what we get back out. So this will be all the bits off, and we get back 0. This is very good. So we'll poke in 255, which is all the bits set.
Bit there.
Dragon, we've poked in 255. The lower part of the memory is working, and especially we know 3000 is working. So what we'll do now is we'll poke.
And this is where you can actually use BASIC in this particular case to actually diagnose a real hardware problem.
And see what we get back at. So this is 0. This will be all the bits off, and we'll peek it back out and see what value we get back. In this instance, we got 64.
Oops.
That looks like we've just got one bit stuck in the memories. Out of the 8 data bits, it looks like one bit is actually stuck on. So what we'll do now is we'll also do a poke 255 in.
So he uses that to diagnose that there's a problem with the RAM. Then he kind of goes through the schematic that came with it.
Showing 8 memory chips in this. And we've got the lowest 16K,
and here he has a nice little map of the motherboard showing what bits are controlled on the lower K and the upper 16K right on the motherboard, and you can see that each chip is dedicated to one row of bits. So he mentions, like in a specific case here, exactly which chip needs to be replaced based on the peeks and pokes he's done. So you don't have to replace all of them. You actually just know it's, whatever chip it was. I think it's D6 on the upper 16K, which in this case would be IC number 37, second from the left in the yellow area. And he actually does, replace the chip, and then he does the same peeks and pokes and shows that it works properly now. So I thought that was kind of interesting because it actually shows you that as long as it's not so screwed up that you can't boot BASIC properly, that you can actually diagnose a hardware problem down to a specific RAM chip using the built-in peek and poke commands in Microsoft BASIC.
I suppose it'll all depend on which RAM chip was faulty, and
Yeah, it doesn't work. Like if your lower 16K's got a problem, well, obviously BASIC's going to screw up and crash.
Yeah,
but
yeah. If it's free RAM, where you can,
Well, it depends on where it is. If it was a control line, then the entire bit on all the chips would be bad. But,
yeah.
As it is, it's individual chip and individual memory location or locations. So.
Yeah.
And a little later in the video, he actually takes the Dragon diagnostic ROM card, which is kind of like the diagnostic card we had for the Coco 1 and 2, which unfortunately they never updated after the original Coco came out, so it didn't detect RAM past 16K. But because that's running off the ROM, if the RAM is a bit worse off, you can still diagnose it using that pack, and then using schematics like this, you can actually figure out exactly what chips to replace. So I thought that was kind of an interesting, cool way of checking for stuff. And also he actually shows you how to do the repair and stuff as well. So
you'd write a little utility for next loop sort of thing with a print statement and to find out, let it load and peak, poke and peek sequentially everything until it finds a faulty
Yeah.
a faulty address.
Anyway, we've seen RAM test programs that kind of do this for you too, but this is just way if you don't have one handy and you can't load it for whatever reason, then at least you have another way to check.
Yep.
Now this next one, I didn't get a chance to go through this too closely, but Lee Perkins on Facebook posted some C source code that he's used to do some test-driven development on the Coco using CMOC, which is a C compiler that's been used for the spectrum conversions and stuff, amongst other things. I didn't get a chance to really look at too much of it here. There's kind of a description on the screen, and I'm not that familiar with CMOC and TDD, so I can't really comment on it. I'm hoping maybe one of you guys did. Maybe had a chance to take a look at it. Anybody? Nope. Okay. At any rate, definitely check it out. A couple people are saying it's brilliant and great work, and they're both programmers, so that's I would say a positive sign. That's a pretty good article to read, and then also to look at the C source code that he uploaded on Facebook. Cool. Next up, Bruce Moore is asking for some help. He's trying to get a test on MAME running, emulating a CoCo, but he wants to have the disk ROM cartridge mounted and another ROM cartridge mounted at the same time and be able to access it. So between him and Barry Nelson, they kind of went through and figured out the command line options to do such a thing. And then you can actually have it boot up under disk ROM and have it switch to the hardware in another virtual slot on a virtual hardware cartridge. You can access it through. Kind of what Bill and I were talking about before with strapping our Q lines and stuff, because you normally have to program which slot in the multi-pack you're doing. The problem is if you have a ROM cartridge that also has extra hardware on it, there's two different things you can control. Where's the ROM getting mapped from into the CoCo, which slot, and also where's the hardware responses coming from in which slot. And those are independently programmed. So when he was trying it originally, he'd mount the disk controller with its own ROM. He'd mount this virtual hardware with its own ROM. And as soon as he switched to the other hardware, that ROM would take over. So disk basically went bye-bye. And he was trying to figure out, well, how can I program or how can I set up MAME to boot up so I can be in disk basic, but still have access to that hardware? And they kind of went through and figured it out. So if any of you guys are doing stuff like that, you want to say program the ORC90 pack or the speech sound pack or something, they kind of explain what needs to be done. So that's pretty good information to have if you're into development. Next up, with help from the CoCo Facebook community, Alan Leno, I'm not sure to pronounce it, replaced RAM on a CoCo 2 he acquired and got it working again. So he's got some, and actually this is kind of related to the Dragon one. It's kind of the same thing. They were trying to determine, like, he's got this board here, he's got the 8 RAM chips on it. And when he powers up the CoCo, he gets stuff like this, which indicates some stuck bits. It's not quite working correctly.
Yeah.
And basically they were trying to track down the same as the Dragon video did, what RAM chip, and finally he just got impatient. He just ordered 8 new RAMs because he was waiting for sockets to resocket it, and he just replaced them all. And the end result is it actually works. So he's got a working CoCo. I was just kind of need how the community was trying to help him, figure it out as he went as to what needed to be replaced.
Lots of RAM stuff going on this week.
Yeah. And CoCo 1 and 2 stuff too. So next up, Diego, he's been showing us that strategy game with the 3 chips. You're trying to load the ships with cards and stuff. It's a low-res game, kind of arcade-ish strategy game. And he's got a couple of more high-resolution screens used for, when you lose the game or win the game type thing. And in this case, he was trying to make it so that using P mode 3, various color combinations for his, his dying screen, like your ship is sunk, as to what color combination and what screen color set mode works the best, given the limitations of the original VDG. And I thought it would be kind of fun to, display them on here and have you guys kind of select on air what you guys think looks like the best one. So I'll go through them in order. So there's the first one in color set 1. This first one in color set 0.
No.
Color set 0, alternate colors. Much more readable text, I think.
Yeah. No. Better. No.
So I think we're rotating through them again here. Personally, there's 2 that I think look the best. I'm not quite sure which one I would pick. That one or that one?
Yeah.
Personally, I think the yellow looks a little
That
bit easier
one.
to read.
Yeah.
Is that general agreement on the panel?
Try the other one again. It's like I'm at the eye doctor. Well, I kind of like. Oh, I think I like
Yeah,
that
I
one.
like the yellow.
Yeah, see, I don't know. They're both. It's close to call. Either one would be.
Yeah, they're pretty close. It's like comparing buzzbait with Lancer.
Oh, here I am talking and
Yeah,
giving
so
my
I'll go the
opinions,
opposite
and
of what.
I've
I'll
got
go
my
the opposite of criticism.
mic muted. I was saying, agreeing with you guys, and I'm thinking, no one's got my mic muted. Yeah. Pussycat agrees
I
too.
think you're muted, Curtis.
Oh, sorry, I am muted. Sorry about that. So, Diego, if you're watching this at this point, it looks like we have a general consensus that this particular one we have on the screen now with the yellow text, color set 0, seems to be the winner, with a second place with the green text instead. Is that general consensus with everybody?
Yep.
Yeah.
CoCoTALK seal of approval.
Yeah, I'd probably go with the yellow only because I don't want the green. we see enough green. We see enough green on the Coco anyway.
See, I actually have a legitimate reason for picking the yellow. I think the text stands out more. It's
It
more
does,
easily
yeah.
readable. Yeah. So anyway, Diego, we'll all be expecting residuals from when you start selling this awesome game. So no, we're just kidding. Next up, Chad Edwards started talking about Outhouse, and he shows the original Tier City Model 1 here, and then he showed some weird pictures he'd found on the net involving UFOs and outhouses. Well, apparently, this is a theme beyond the game.
Put that fart detector in there.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Never get a moment's of peace.
Anyway, Nick, you've worked with Erico on some of these semi-graphics type stuff here for doing some adventure games in lower graphics modes. So he did a mock-up using Photoshop that he's done this in. And then, of course, Jim Gary, within moments, actually did one on the MC10. Of course, I can't zoom that up here, but that's kind of a more hyped up background for an outhouse game in low-res graphics, where you got the outhouse instead, but you got trees and skyline at dawn or dusk, I guess, depending.
Yeah,
I thought that'd be pretty interesting version of Outhouse. You could actually do on the MC10 or on a lower end Coco, maybe in a 4K.
We should have a competition. Submit it for the Coco Fest. Who can do the best outhouse in BASIC?
Yeah, if we talk to Chris, we can actually have him give a fart detector out to the winner. Be very appropriate, I think.
You can use Nick Marenta's tool for more colors.
It stinks.
Yeah, well, good.
Yeah, you could. Except that would be harder to write the game in BASIC then, because you're page flipping. I guess you have a driver for it.
No, it's already done.
But you'd have to port it to the MC10.
Yeah, that's the problem. So,
anyways, I mean, one thing Erico is really good at is doing these low-res screens with very limited resolution with 9 colors and actually coming up with some pretty decent looking stuff. So I hope he actually gets back in that adventure game. Have you heard from Nick on that? Is he?
No, I haven't heard anything. No.
I know we got busy for a while there, but hopefully he's getting unbusy again.
Has that got the link that I put up of the movie, the real outhouse people? I don't know. Yeah, there it is.
Is that safe to play on here? I don't know.
Well, it's on YouTube, so
you might want to mute it just in case we get hit with the copyright.
Oh, if you're going to mute it, you got to hear the words. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, at any rate, I mean, Marcus posted the link to the Facebook article on this, so they can just scroll down and link to it yourselves.
It's just it's a movie about protecting an outhouse, so it was very funny.
And what year did this movie come out? Was this inspired by the game, or was it the other way around?
No. It came well after the game. This is it's an Australian movie. You know about it, David.
Oh, is it not related to the castle? Is it?
It's after the castle.
Yeah, that's a classic movie. That.
Yeah. This is a funny movie.
Yeah. Okay.
Have you seen it, David, or just Nick has?
It doesn't sound familiar to me. I probably have seen it. I just don't. The name doesn't sound familiar. But Castle, everyone in Australia knows that.
The actor. You can't see it very well there in that little picture. But
who's the actor?
What's his name again? He's on TV advertising grocery store, various grocery stores here.
Is he one of those ones listed as extra Aussie #1 type thing? Is that his name? Or?
I'm not sure. If you hit play but mute it, then you'll see him close up.
Okay, I won't play the trailer. I'll just see if I can just.
No, no. If we get a good screenshot of his face, that is.
Yeah, I'm waiting to pause it if I can get one.
There you go. Do you recognize him?
No, I don't.
Oh, he's pretty well known.
Paul
I don't
Hogan?
have a TV antenna.
I can't say I recognize him, but
look at the link, and you might.
When I see the video, I'll probably go, oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
I'll leave that as an exercise to the viewer.
Yeah, but this is that's real life Outhouse. That movie.
What's the movie called? Is it called Outhouse? Is it?
Kenny.
Hey, let's revisit this at the Coco Caboose. Let's move to the next one.
Next and last one for the news, actually, or second last, I guess. The last one that's actually got a link. So Erica, who we mentioned before, did the graphics that we were showing in the previous story there. Got this book, and it's a series of books, I guess, that had programs done for various 8-bit micros back in the day. And he'd noticed that it had a list of the Coco clones in Brazil, and there was a couple he hadn't heard of. Now, we've heard of the Codem-X. We've actually seen it at the Brazilian show that we've actually streamed here on CoCoTALK before. And the CP400 is a rather famous one, too. But the TKS 800 and the BC50 he hadn't heard of, and he's actually from down around there. So I definitely haven't heard of them. Have any of you guys heard of these other alternative Coco clones?
No.
So that's rather interesting. I didn't realize, like, I know they had clones there because they had that whole law system set up that you couldn't import other people's hardware. You had to build it in Brazil in order to sell it. But I had no idea they had that many clones of the Coco. So apparently it was hugely popular there indirectly. And that's it for the sharing stuff here. Now, the other one is the one I mentioned with Stevie before. There was a post that Stevie forwarded on the list and also on Facebook. And I'll just read the original email from Carl Ludeman about the digitization here. This was sent out on February 6th. And I'll just read it out here. So let me get one cough out of the way. Subject digitizer to OG Stevie Stroh. I had a TRS-80 color computer as early as 1983. My brother bought one before that. It's still my favorite computer I ever owned. Sometime around then, I bought a video digitizer. I'm assuming the DS69B probably, or the DS69 original. I made a digitized image of my brother's youngest son that he had on the wall of his office at Los Alamos for many years. His son was the second to last surviving member of a special operations group of the Army. He has now died at the age of 38. His name is Eric Ludeman, or Ludeman, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. I still have a copy of the original video on DVD of when Eric posed to be digitized. I was wondering if anyone in the general Cuckoo community would have the means to reproduce the digitized image on a dot matrix printer that I could gift to his father, mother, widow, and 2 young sons. I told his mother I was going to try to get this done. It would be a complete surprise to his father and the rest of his family. Any help would be greatly appreciated. And there's another link here, Mark, if you've got the notes there, to Colorado State University in memory of Eric Ludeman. That kind of has some details. Thanks so much for the help. Any help the Coco community can provide. I could send a DVD or transmit a copy of the video if someone could help. And I think that's a really nice tribute to give to the family, especially considering it's based on something they'd done years and years ago. And I don't have a dot matrix printer myself anymore. I know, Mark, you said you do, but you don't have a way to print to it from the Coco. And we're hoping maybe somebody in the chat, like Al Hartman or somebody else, might be able to help.
Al, I think, has all the hardware he needs.
Does Ron Delvaux got a dot matrix printer?
He probably does. I was hoping he was going to be on today, actually. But
wouldn't surprise me if he's got one and got all the wings to use it too.
Right. Well, let's go to Joey and Coco, and if you could pull that up, Chris, and we'll go to Game On.
Not new this weekend.
Doesn't appear to be a new Joey and Coco. But you can go there if you want.
There doesn't?
No, I don't think there was.
Somebody said there was a new one.
Oh, Mark said there wasn't.
Oh, there wasn't.
Oh, I thought someone said there was too.
Okay. Let's go to Game On. We have a special announcement. Here we go.
So Nick, did you want to do the announcement first, or do you want me to do the regular game on segment first, or? Since he kind of introduced you right now, maybe we should.
Yeah, he introduced me, so I'll go ahead and do it. And, okay, so we had a suggestion from Mr. Dave 809. He thought it'd be cool if we started just a fun, friendly games competition. Where every week we'd have a game. I guess I would nominate it, and
Buzzard, mate.
I was just gonna say that.
and in the interest of not getting lynched, it will not be buzzard bait this week. But we'd pick a game and we'd just play it and submit our high scores in the Discord.
Now, submitting high scores, you mean sending a screenshot of the actual
screenshot? Yeah,
like not just I scored 5 million in Zaxxon.
No, a screenshot. Like if it's an emulator, you take a screenshot, and if it's your actual Coco, you take a picture and screen. And
and stick it in Photoshop and change the numbers.
No, I was debating whether to say this or not, but we're on the honor system. So
I think another way you could do it too is if you have it, so you have to submit a video of the entire game you played to prove you did. That would be good.
What's that .com guy's name? Billy, whatever. He's not allowed to take part. But yeah, I mean, emulators can be faked and pictures can be faked. So obviously, it's just for fun. So I'm hoping I would just keep it in the spirit of good natured.
And
no cheating.
So can other people submit ideas for a game for future episodes, or are you totally in control of that yourself? How do you want to do that?
No, I'm all for getting. I mean, because I haven't played every game out there. Like I played a lot of games as a kid, but I'm sure there's some gems I've missed. So yeah, absolutely. If anybody has suggestions.
Well, is it strictly going to be arcade games too, or is this going to include like adventure games?
Well, it has to be games that you can measure some sort of score. So I think adventures probably not be well suited.
Okay, because some of the adventure games used to have it. You've scored 300 points out of 500 because you found these items, but you missed these or something like that. So I don't know if
that's possible. That's definitely possible. Like I said, I didn't tend to play those myself, so I don't want to limit. There could be some really fun games out there that appeal to some people that may not necessarily appeal to me. So it's not all about me.
Okay.
So,
And then my last question for you, because of your obvious bias towards Coco 1 and 2 games, are you allowing Coco 3 games in this list?
Well, here's the thing: we can play through emulators. So yes, if we pick a Coco 3 game and somebody doesn't have a Coco 3, then they can play it in VCC or MAME. So yeah, obviously it's gonna be Coco 3 games. I like the Coco 3. You guys are like twisting my words, but and Buzzard Bait will show up eventually. But it will not be this week. Like I said, I do not want to get.
As long as Lancer follows it or comes before.
Lancer Lancer will also appear because I'm not biased.
All right, well, the anticipation is
not at all. Like some of you clowns.
Well, I'm committing to joining the contest. What's the game that we're working on next week, and can you do a demo of Discord and show us where to post it?
So this week, if I could do a screen share. I've got it running in VCC. This week will be. Can you see that?
Yep.
Donkey King. And I did a little. So according to a well-known website, Donkey King is one of the most famous games the Coco 1 and 2 ever had. The first game that actually put all the other clones on all other home computers to shame, which I totally agree with. This was the version of Donkey Kong when we were kids. Now, we will do the Donkey Kong remix down the road, but I thought it'd be fun to start with a true Coco classic game. So,
okay.
There's no options in this game. It's just like there's no skill level, so you just play it.
Well, there's the practice mode if you want 12 minutes instead of 3. I'm assuming you want just the 3-man.
Yeah, standard mode, 3 men,
And do you have restrictions on joysticks? Like, are you allowed to use more modern game pads if you want? Do you have to restrict it to the hardware at the time, like at Black Beauty or Craft Deluxe? Or
nah, I thought I didn't initially think there'd be a problem with allowing game pads and stuff. I mean, we all have access to them, whether we have them or not. But because I mean, the thing is, if you're playing on an emulator, you're going to be using a game pad. So
or keyboard. I've actually done some games that way.
Or
too.
keyboard. So no, I think any controller you want to use.
Okay.
Just as long as it's and the ROM is available. in the usual places. And
If we do a live version of this at the Coco Fest, which would be kind of fun, maybe we could even have the advanced, difficult level where you have to use a Black Beauty no matter what.
Yeah. But I mean, because people might not have Black Beauty, some people might only have the deluxe.
We're trying to make people want to play this contest.
So,
how about you have to tie both hands behind your back and play with your tongue?
The only thing I'm not sure of is, okay, so you have to go to, you join Discord, which is totally free. And are we going to use the existing
yes.
game high score
Yes,
channel?
we might rename the group actually, just to make it, game on. What was the name we came up? Game on Spotlight or something like that.
Game
Maybe we
on
can cover high
Spotlight?
scores
Yeah.
in general as well as scores for the actual week's game.
So yeah, it's just for fun. There's no prizes. There's no just bragging rights.
Prizes.
Something to encourage.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we get a free copy of Nightmare Highway or something.
Free Vegemite.
I heard Nick might give away Gunstar, right, Nick?
Oh yeah.
or Crocstar Pilot.
Crocstar Pilot.
Rockstar Pilot. There we go.
So you basically have all week until until say like an hour before next show time.
Nick, can you show us Discord and just show us the channels and go down to the high score channel just to give us a little visual advertisement of what Discord is and how you find it.
And Mark, if you can, maybe just post the general link to Discord for those people that are not on it yet, so as to where to go to join up to the Coco server.
I did shoot the link to Donkey King on the L. Curtis Boyle game site. That
Oh, don't link to that loser's site, jeez.
I know. I'm sorry. Take it out of my pay this week.
Hold on a sec. Let me make sure I got this.
That was a good game pick, though. That's definitely a classic, and it was the first one that I ever played that, besides Astro Blast, that had the full artifacting colors and also was just a superior game to other clones on other machines.
Absolutely, and I have to tell you, Buzzard Bait did not even enter my radar for the game pick because, like I said,
Lancer should have, but yeah.
All right. Yes, I can share. Let me bring up my. Sorry.
And while you're doing that, Nick, we can decide whether we want to do a spotlight on the actual game and the author and how the game came to be, and we could do that next week when we post the high scores.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. I might I don't know if a gaming historian who wants to give me any input on that.
We can see your screen. Can you give us a little highlights of the?
So this is Discord. Now, currently, I don't know if you want to. So right now, this is the high score screenshots. So when you join Discord, you're going to see the Tandy Color Computer group is what you'll join, and then under there is a bunch of channels. I got some that you won't. That generally some people may not have access to.
Is that what Discord looks like on PC?
Scroll down to the bottom under games, you'll see high score screenshots, where we just had some. We've been doing some for fun, and that's actually what kind of spurred this. I posted a screenshot of Buzzard Bait, just for fun, and Mr. Dave 619 picked up on that and thought it'd be kind of cool if we did it as a community, just kind of focus on a game, play it for the week.
Like Buzzard Bait.
Well, eventually.
It's like Lancer, yeah. Exactly.
Is Buzzard Bait going to become the game version of Color Scripted? Is it?
I was thinking Color Scripted. We might have a typing contest one week.
Typing tutor.
Yeah.
Who can type the fastest?
Exactly. I got 53
and you
words
have to use the original chiclet keyboard.
Oh, I was going to say I've got an Ed Snyder keyboard. That might make it easier.
And extra points for good-looking printouts.
Now, Nick, I did want to, when we've interviewed the Amigas, we were talking about possibly doing a cross-pollination thing where we could share something on our show with a game that they've picked or vice versa. Now, I don't want to do this for every week or anything, obviously, because otherwise it's just, riding on the tailcoats of each other. But I was thinking maybe like once a month or once every couple months, maybe we could sync up between them and their community of Coco users can join in on the high scores and we can kind of do a cross show where we can both discuss the same game and they do their review and we do our history of it or whatever. And
so this
and then,
is a game
everybody
that
can compete friendly to do the scores.
I think that's a great idea. This is a game that the Amigos Retro guys already did cover. And one of them got it wrong. That's okay. One of them liked it, one of them didn't, and so yeah. So this one's already been done by Amigos Retro Gaming, but yeah, I think that's a great idea. If you want to see a couple of those guys.
Okay, so next week, Donkey King, aka the King.
Well, like I
Post your
said,
high
till about
scores
an
to
hour before
Discord.
showtime to get your screenshots, and we'll figure out who got the high score, and we will give them props.
And in the interest of fairness,
Yep.
You've
In the interest of fairness,
We don't do things in a fair
you
way.
pulled the plug on yourself, Curtis.
No one's interested in fairness.
finally, somebody shut up Curtis Boyle.
Woo!
You're still muted.
No more OS9 talk. Thank goodness.
Bite your tongue.
I'm still here.
All right, well, I think we have some more Game On segment,
there will be
but
no
anything
OS9
else you want to...
games, I can tell you that much.
So, Nico, that means that something like Bedlam is not going to qualify because there's really no score. You just get
No
to-
score, that's the problem. Yeah, I mean, I
Oh.
guess you could do time. But then even Bedlam wouldn't be good because there's
Yeah,
multiple
Bedlam doesn't really have scores.
paths. But for other games, I guess we could do time based.
Yeah, you could
You've
have
got to
a
put
clock.
Tetris in there sometime.
But you can't really do a screenshot of your time.
Gotta
This
put
is, work,
Tetris
this
in
is
there
the
sometime.
development in progress. I mean, well, we
Yeah,
can
we'll
talk
kind of work it out as we
offline.
go.
Okay.
Tetris is my favorite game.
I was talking about the video on my site earlier, and I think my mic might have cut out. So I don't know if you
You
guys
did.
heard
You
me.
said in just the fairness, and you were gone.
Oh yeah, okay. You guys got that. I just want to make sure because my mic actually disconnected and it popped up a message, so I didn't know if you guys heard that or not.
We didn't hear the bit after the fairness thing. We only heard the.
Then we said, "Thank God, no more OS9 talk." Anyway, in the interest of fairness, what?
Oh, there's a video on my YouTube channel about doing the super jump on the rivet screen.
Oh, okay.
Where you can actually pop all 4 rivets in one jump on one side.
Well,
so some of us know that trick, and I wanted to make sure that everybody has the opportunity for that, so we don't have an unfair advantage.
Yeah, I think it's fair game to use stuff like that. If the game can do it without being hacked, then do it. So yeah.
Yeah. No, I just want to make sure that other people are aware because some people didn't know that existed. And
No, I
know
didn't
it.
either. That's good. So where is that?
On my YouTube channel.
Okay. So if you guys want to take a peek at that, guys, make sure that.
Alan Huffman actually has an easier way to do it than my video has. He actually made a comment on my YouTube channel about it too. So read that as well if you're
But
interested.
does that help your score or just your time?
Well, because you get bonus based on how long it takes you to level,
it would help
you
your
will gain
score.
some points.
Yeah. That's true.
Dave says, in the interest of fairness, Curtis must use a sealed ROM card. No extra code.
Oh yeah, we put restrictions on Curtis. That's right. He has to use Black Beauty with his opposite hand. And yeah,
and it's 6809.
And he's got to use it with his feet.
6809.
He'll still win.
Poke 65494.
No, there's Paul Thayer is a better game player than I am generally, so I'm not at a major advantage here.
Liar.
Anything else
Certain
for
games are
Game
not
On,
bad at, but
Curtis?
yeah. What's that?
Any other Game On updates?
Yes. I'll have to do another screen share. And also bring up the right window. Chat amongst yourselves for a second or two, or I'll bring it up.
Yawn amongst yourselves.
That was riveting chat, thanks.
I'll see if Neo wants to join in and meow a little bit.
His name keeps coming up.
Okay, so first one up. Jim Gary released a couple of videos. So the first one is called Space Mouse, and he made a Coco version. This was inspired by a NEC PC 6001 game, but it's not a pure clone. So it's inspired by, but not game. And I think he's actually shown this for the MC10 before.
The cat's commenting. I think it likes it.
Yeah, I heard mouse. Yeah, it's just, wait, what?
Somebody's cat's going nuts.
No, he heard me talking about having a chat before the conversation and joining in. He said, "Yeah, I'll join in." What's all this about, Puss? You want to play the games too, do you?
There's not much sound in this game, but I just realized I don't think I turned the shared sound again.
Yeah, I can hear the
Yeah, I'm
sound.
hearing it. I'm hearing the.
Oh, you are?
the
Okay,
blips.
good.
Yep.
Didn't think I'd shared it. So that's his first entry there. Nicely presented for a low-res game there with the high score and stages and stuff on the left. And then a second one is an MC10 one. It's a port of the Silverton adventure game that appeared in the second Rainbow Book of Adventures, and requires the 16K upgrade or the MCX 128K. So it's a longer adventure game in text. But it's another new one for the MC10. So he's contributing to the MC10 library. He's probably at 500 or something now at this point. Standard text adventure game. I was hoping Stevie would still be on the call for this one, because the next batch is 3. He mentioned last week he's going to put these up, and it's 3 Coco gameplay videos that he recorded with his daughter Megan 4 years ago when she was 7, and then him and Megan, at her current age, reviewed these videos, how she reacted. Now they had put them up because they had bloopers, as they said. So they're quite entertaining to do, and I think one of them, the Shark Treasure game, they actually tried playing again because Megan wanted to try it again now. And just like her dad, she rage quit after a while because it just wasn't going well. So very amusing. So they did double back, or downline, I should say, first. And I'll just play a little short clip in the middle here.
Player 2, it's now your turn, Megan. Hold your stick the right way. Okay, I just want to make sure you know which way you're holding it. Get ready, player 2. So we can take turns interactively on this. Or is it the same stick, maybe? Maybe it's the same stick.
Back to the gameplay, maybe.
Jumping, you can't. You can't.
And Stevie can probably replay these next week as well.
Yeah, if he wants to. I just wanted to show a quick clip of each. So. It was just fun watching both of the reactions to a video they recorded 4 years ago.
Dodge that, jump, get the prize.
So that's downland. Then they did double back.
Okay, one.
Now, if you can draw circles around.
I never got those
I just
colours.
got killed. If you can circle a whole bunch of things at once,
Neither did I.
Points. So you ready? It's your turn. So it's the way it controls.
Oh, you do now with CoCoVGA.
Yep. Don't move the stick too hard or too fast. You can.
You just had to wait 35 years. That's all.
And move slower. So you can do very gentle moves on this stick.
And then the last one they did was Shark Treasure, which actually did do a modern play of as well.
Now I need to try to get all the way back up to the top without getting bitten.
Oh, this seems
And that's
pretty
it. I have 1. Now let's try it again. Now if they get close to you, you
So
can
skip ahead to the modern play.
I don't know.
And there's the YouTube ad.
Oh, wonderful.
Brought to you by Edible.
He wasn't going to get you. You got to save that for when it's like about, we're going to bite you. Like that.
This is still one of my favorite original games.
Oh, I said you're just making them change directions. But
Sharks. What are the sharks swimming in? Green slime.
Well, it's obviously polluted water, so.
They're blue sharks too, so they must be radioactive.
It's not as if blue wasn't available in this color mode.
Actually, Nick, this is one we should put on our CoCoVGA color and Coco 3 color palette.
Yeah, change the colors.
Now you're out of flashies. How many
Anyway, it's just cool to watch the reactions and then seeing what Megan laughing at herself basically from 4 years ago.
I've been meaning to watch those. I haven't watched them yet. I haven't had time this week.
Yeah, they're entertaining. I definitely have to say they're entertaining.
Yeah.
Next up, port battles. We've covered these guys before. They haven't done one of the ones that involved the Coco game in a while. So this time they're doing Pac-Man. And if you can see on the list here, that's all the different versions they cover, from arcade, Apple II clones. And these are not just official ports. These are clones as well. Some of the channels only do actual official ports, which is why there's not a lot of Coco videos, because we didn't have a lot of official ports. But they've actually got 2 you can see down here that are for the Coco, and they're both labeled as homebrew. One is Nick Randy's. Now, he actually mentioned that in the video that he tried some of the Coco 1 and 2 versions, and he said, none of them are really that good.
No. There were no good native
Which for the actual Pac-Man, I have to agree. Mrs. Pac-Man, the Tom Mix one wasn't too bad. Mrs. Bates.
Yeah.
But the other ones are a little bit, well, they were part of the earlier generation of games, came out 81, 82 type thing, like Pack Attack and Ghost Gobbler, etc. So the 2 they did here, they did Nick's first, and then they did Glenn Hewlett's Transcode. So I'll just play that little clip part of it there.
Gotta fly, guys. Take care.
Yeah. Later, Brian.
See you, Brian.
Bye.
So for my TRS-80 color computer friends, I tried my best to get into some of the early Pac-Man clones released for that system, and to be honest, they just weren't very, very good. No offense if one of those happens to be your favorite. Our first look on the TRS-80 color computer will be a homebrew release from 1997 by Nicholas Marentes entitled Pac-Man Tribute. This one is nicely done, looks awesome. Sounds aren't arcade accurate, but are very good as it is. I do believe this one only plays on a CoCo 3.
Okay.
Is it 512K as well?
Yes. No, I'm not sure what he meant by the sound isn't quite right, because it's pretty darn close.
Yeah.
Because did you digitize these, Nick? I can't remember, or did you just
That was Sam.
approximate?
Yeah. So, yeah, they are from a real arcade machine.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what he was talking about there. Maybe it's not
Maybe
the right.
his setup wasn't set up right or something.
Yeah, that could be too. Or did you maybe slow them down to get extra IRQ time or something? Maybe in
No,
their
they sound pretty much the same.
Sounds the same to me.
Sounds exactly like the arcade.
Similar to a few of the other systems, the CoCo 3 got a Z80 transcode homebrew in 2017 from Glenn Hewlett. You'll need to supply ROM files for this one to work, but it looks great, sounds great. It's a scroller, but it does show probably 3/4 of the screen, a bit more than your typical scroller, so it's not too bad.
I think I got a bit of a glitch here at the beginning. I'm not sure what happened there.
Something weird about this game. There's a spot you're supposed to be able to go, and those can't find you.
Yeah, it's in the lower left somewhere. And you have to be facing a certain direction too, I think. There you can see the scroll effect. Anyway, that was the two CoCo ones, and he's got comparisons with a ton of other systems, so if you want to actually see the whole video. Now, his original plan was he was going to actually show various levels of, like, showing basically the completion of the first stage for every system. When he finished his compilation of all these systems, the video was over 3 hours long. So he ended up cutting it down to one where he just basically showed, you know, a brief 45-second clip or something. But he does have the original 3-hour version if you wanted to watch that.
Who wants to watch a 3-hour show?
So I figured I'd play that live. No, I'm just kidding.
Not us.
What was the worst one?
Sounds like a good filler when we don't have any topic to cover in this show.
Atari 2600?
That'll be Retro Talk tonight. 3 hour stream.
3 hours of all packed versions.
I'd have to say the worst one probably be the original Atari 2600 version, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'd say.
Oh, that was terrible.
Or maybe the Magnavox Odyssey.
There was a homebrew version.
Oh, yeah,
of
the
2600
Magnavox.
That was pretty
Hey,
decent.
we can come back to this in the Coco Caboose. So is this the last game on?
Nope.
Okay.
Next up, NML32. And I don't know if that's Roger Taylor or somebody else. He's got a video showing Xenix playing on the Mist, which is the FPGA generic board that actually, as you can see on the screen here, does lots of emulations at the hardware level. And this is using the core that Roger's been working on for the Mr. CoCo, which Bill's probably familiar with more than I am. And this is based on his February 7th release of the CoCo 3 emulation. And this is showing Xenix running using a USB gamepad and a VJ monitor on a Mr. And I have to say the emulation is pretty close because Xenix actually does tax it quite a bit. So I'll fast forward to the actual gameplay. Still one of the best games ever made for the Coco 3, to be honest.
Oh, yes.
I don't think I've. What is one?
Xenix. 120K Coco 3 required. It's kind of like a Super Galaga, I guess is probably the closest approximation.
Yeah, Coco 3.
Arcade level quality.
Oh, yeah.
It's really good.
Multi-voice music in the background, great explosion effects, power
Very
ups, all kinds of
fast.
stuff. Yeah. This is a good test for a Mr. CoCo or any FPGA thing because it's running multiple interrupts simultaneously for 60 frames per second with multi-voice music. And
So the Coco 3 did allow you to do sound and graphics at the same time, kind of?
It made it easier because you can control it with a background FIRQ tied to the timer. That's what Nick uses. That's what Chet uses. That's what Jeremy used, and a lot of the Coco 3 games used. You could have done this to a limited extent on the Coco 1 and 2 if Tandy had been smart enough to hook the horizontal sync with the FIRQ and not the IRQ. Because they did it backwards from what it should have been, so much overhead's taken up doing an IRQ that using it tied to the H sync leaves you no time to do anything. Unless you do, tricks.
Thus, it was
Simon
a good
does the
idea,
trick.
but it wasn't.
Go ahead.
It was a good idea, but yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah. Simon's kind of done a trick around that. You can drop your sampling rate to 7,500 hertz because basically you do your IRQ and then you purposely take more time that you're going to miss the next or next H sync. So basically you're doing one every 2 H syncs, but it takes slightly over 50% of the CPU time even to do that. And if they tied it to the FRQ, it would have been much, much better.
Okay.
I think you're muted, Curtis.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I am. Let's ask Jim. I showed the Pixel Writer Dragon demo of the graphics font editor thingy there earlier. Did a couple of arcade game updates this time. I think he's been going back and trying to find images that work. If you remember from some of them, they didn't work properly. So this is Crazy Paint, originally by Cornsoft Group and then sold by Microdeal. And he does all three of the alternate color sets for PAL. So he's got the black and white, no artifacting at all type thing. And then he's also got the green color set and the white color set. And I thought I'd play a quick little clip of each and then have you guys decide, especially you people in Australia that had to deal with PAL, like what would you pick for your color set for this particular game?
No color.
Yep, so it's got no color at all. You get cross hatch and vertical stripes and all that stuff with black and white.
And purple and green.
At least it's graphics.
Alternating.
Better than Model 1.
And here's Pimo 3 Screen 1.1. With a green dog, apparently sick with something.
Got the beer virus.
Yep. And the runs, apparently.
Those are footprints.
He's trying to test with the fire detector.
And then the infamous green one, Nick's favorite color set of all time.
Green with envy. Is he painting the background in green? Is he?
Did he get paint?
To pick it up. You forgot to pick up the paint.
Oh,
yeah, that's
okay.
what I thought.
So anyway, given the limitations of PAL, where you basically had black and white with some really odd purples and what was it, purple and green that showed up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which didn't quite show on his emulator here, or the two official color sets. Which one would you have picked for this game on the panel?
The green.
I like the middle one.
The white.
The white color one?
Well, I don't know. It's either that or the black and white one, because this last one, I don't know. It's just
it makes you want to gouge your eyeballs out, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, a bit too much green, but
I don't know.
I have to agree. I'd say the white color one was probably my favorite in this particular game, which normally I don't like that pastel-y one, but in this case, I think it honestly does look a little bit better. Nick, you disagree? You prefer the green?
You could.
I don't know. It's not as bright, and it looks a bit more colorful. So it's meant to be crazy painter. I think it needs color. At least there's a bit of yellow and a bit of blue, which the other one's a bit too bright. I know they all look crap, but
yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah, because in the NTSC one we had artifacted color, so this is like a black background.
Yeah, artifacting would have been the best.
With
but
blue and orange, and
well, we didn't actually see it that way, black and white. We saw it even worse. There was a stripes of purple and olive
green and purple.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah, it
if it was straight black and white, it's better than what we actually saw if we had the color turned up a bit.
I was going to see what Ben Drake said, because he was in the UK and he would have the PAL ones originally too, but I don't know if he's still in the chat. Don't see any
Hey,
comments
Curtis,
from
do you
him.
remember Nick saying that he was so disappointed in the Coco 1 and 2 with the lack of colors and stuff? He would have given up.
Yeah.
Coco 3.
Yep.
So that's
Yeah,
why he's
that
so
explains it.
ambivalent about
Yeah.
this. Yeah, exactly.
Now on the Coco 3, of course, if you ran one of these modes, you can actually change the palettes, like Nick and I have patched. And you can also do that now on the Coco VJ, where you can patch colors. In fact, you have more choice of colors there than you do on the Coco 3. So a lot of this old PAL stuff actually could be fixed up nowadays. But I guess from what I understand, most TVs these days in the UK and in Australia kind of support both, don't they?
Yeah.
NTSC,
Yep.
yeah, they the TV
Have done for
but
years,
you
actually.
still do need an NTSC CoCo though.
Yeah.
So do the
You
modern
can't-
TVs there do not support PAL anymore at all, or?
Oh, they
No, no,
do.
you
They
can't-
support. Yeah,
you
they
can't-
support
You can't
both.
plug the PAL Coco 1 into a NTSC TV and get artifacting on it because the PAL
Yeah,
output isn't compatible.
you still need an NTSC CoCo.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess Ben still is in the chat. He actually says he doesn't have a favorite, which I don't know if that means that they're all
Yeah.
equally good or if they all suck. I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Yeah, probably all suck.
My understanding on the TVs is that they just have a single video decoder circuit and it detects
Yeah,
what
yeah. Nowadays,
PAL,
yeah.
or NTSC.
They auto switch.
Yeah, auto switch. So it doesn't matter what you plug.
It doesn't
Oh,
matter,
okay.
but yeah, you've got to have an NTSC CoCo to start with.
Yeah.
So does the current TVs, if you have a PAL Coco, does it still give you the olive green and purple, or does it make it?
Yeah,
clean
because
white?
the TV will switch to PAL.
Yeah.
Okay, so it still does its weird artifacting.
Yeah, you don't win.
Okay. And the last story I have for the Game On segment. Richard Kelly uploaded a file to Facebook, which he called the best of Pekursky. Now, Andrew Pekursky was one of the main programmers for the T&D, if you remember, kind of like Chromaset was. T&D Coco Cassette Magazine, which is basically a monthly tape that came with a bunch of programs on it. There's some games, there's some utilities, there's programming tools, all kinds of stuff. It just varied. And later on, they actually got some former third-party commercial games from the likes of Tom Mix and others that they actually would include one of those games each month too. That was later on, like in the late 80s. So like you could get Donkey King one month and you might get Buzzard Bait the next month. Why you would, I would want to do that. I don't know.
I'm sorry, were you saying something?
At any rate, Andrew Pekursky was one of the ones that did original stuff, or occasionally did clones, and he was prolific. Yeah, like he did a game, and these are all assembly language too. They're small, but he made assembly language games. There was a ton of them. I've got probably about half a dozen on my website. There's a lot more I haven't even got to yet. So he did stuff like Fortress of the Mutant Waffles, Box Shoot, Caterpillar Cave, Robot Bomber, etc. So what Richard did here is he picked some of his favorite ones, and then he made a disc image of what he considers his favorite of the Pekursky games. And I haven't actually had a chance to download this yet, but he's got a few that are not on my site on this disc image. And it'd be kind of interesting, maybe as a follow-up for next week, if you guys go through the ones that he's got on this disc image and see what is your favorite out of the ones that Andrew did back in the day. And like I said, he was cranking these out like once a month, so it was pretty impressive. And most of them original, which is also a cool feature to have. So for Game On Spotlight next week, we'll do the Donkey King high scores. And then I thought we could also maybe have people go through this disc image on Facebook and then pick your favorite Pekursky game, and we can kind of discuss that as well. And that's the end of Game On.
Okay.
Game off.
And I'm going to share system sound again, and we're going to thank you for
If it doesn't, they got elevator music.
That's not here anyway. I'm not sure if it came through the stream, but
Okay, this is your announcer, producer, and Hour 2 host, Rob Inman. I want to thank my co-host, Hour 1, Nick Maroda. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you very much.
Hour 3 host, Curtis Boyle, Curtis Boyle, if you're nasty.
yeah, I'm not sure if it was really an Hour 3 host or just doing my regular segments, but sure.
See, you didn't even know you were doing extra work for the same amount of pay.
Well, he doesn't even know he's not getting paid.
To avoid
We're busy playing
awkwardness,
Lancer in the background here, so
Yes, I want to
avoid
thank.
awkwardness, I will thank our hour 2 host and manning the technical, Mr. Rob Inman.
Thank you. You're too kind.
Great job.
You're too kind. I want to thank Bill Noble. I want to thank David O'Connor, Michael Furman.
Yes.
Mark D. Overholzer. I want to thank John Strong, who was on earlier, as well as Nicholas Morentes. In the live chat, we had a lot going on. We have Mr. Ben Drakes, Mark D. Overholzer. We had Fred Dufas posting links. And we had so much going on. Dave and Sharon, Mr. 6809 Dave from Discord, and his great idea to do the Game On segment. Curtis Boyle, Al Hartman from Jersey was here. John Laurie, how you doing? We had Paul Fiscarelli, Yo Paul, Nick Marotta, Al Hartman, Retro Innovations had a nice troll. Jim Braid, what did he say? Jim Braid said something about the 6502 would dissipate any offending fart smells. And I responded, I think 6502s just give off a fart smell naturally.
As long as they don't let the green smoke out.
Matchy was here.
Oh, Miss Matchy.
Matchy was here. Mikey, and Tim Franklin, of course. Who could forget Tim? So much going on in the live chat. Apologies to anyone that I forgot to mention. Terry Steen in the live chat. David Ladd was here.
David Ladd.
And what about that guy, Stevie something or other from HamCation? He looked very familiar, as well as Jason the Coco Man Reichert and Ken Reichert as Samuel Gimes with his new Coco Thoughts. There was so much going on, but wait, there's more. Stay tuned.
yes, there is. I've got something to add too.
Well, why do you want to add that on the Coco Caboose? Because that's the post show. Stay tuned, everybody, for the post show Coco Caboose with Nick Morentes, L. Curtis Boyle, and the rest of the panel. We'll be talking about what we just talked about and more. So
what did you just talk about?
Another 3 hours of our time.
Forgot.
That's right. All right. Well, let's roll the credits, and we'll see you on the other side.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at cocotalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at cocotalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Morentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Differendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the Coco community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore.
Well, we should call it "Take It Out and Shoot It" or something.
Welcome to the Coco Caboose, the post-show wrap-up show, where we talk about what we talked about and more. And part of this came about a few times ago when I was guest hosting. I found that when we actually hit the button, Frank, that's when that's when everyone let their hair down, and Curtis let his mullet down, and we started really opening up and talking about a lot of things, and so let's keep the camera kind of running and see where it goes. The CoCoTALK that you've been watching for 3.5 hours has ended. This is the recap show, and with that, I will turn over to Curtis Boyle, who had some final thoughts around or additional thoughts around Game On. Curtis?
Well, yes. I'll tell you why you're wrong.
But first, to make the show last the full 6 to 8 hours it needs, I'm going to do a dramatic reading of the entire OS9 Level 2 manual.
Just for Nick. You got the music playing on the speech sound pack in the background for the dramatized effect.
It's got to be played with the sound and speech pack.
Yeah.
Sound like a download.
Anyway, while the closing credits were running, I saw a notice from Rick Adams on Discord. And he just said, for Lark, I just added use of the boomerang LED, which we discussed earlier. We're going to be using NitrOS-9 to Temple of Rom 2 today. And so I kind of asked him, I said, well, what does it do in Temple of Rom 2? And he just answered me back. He said, it briefly flashes white when you shoot the laser. I'm not sure what other sorts of things I might do. So I was wondering if there's any suggestions from the panel here. If you have a boomerang E2 board, which has the LED, which you can change colors and make it pulse or light up or whatever, what kind of things do you think you could add to using that in Temple of Rom 2?
How about a proximity detector?
Flashing red when you die.
So proximity detector, Mikey, do you mean like as something gets closer to you, it starts flashing faster or something like that? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Flashing red faster.
That would make sense too, because when you're running towards a wall and you're way on the side of the screen, you have almost no warning if you're about to run into something. So having something flash, it won't tell you if it's above you or right beside you or below, but if it's getting close. That's not a bad idea. Any other suggestions? Bill, what was yours? Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, when you actually die in the game, it flashes red of some sort.
Okay.
Light all over the inside of the computer.
I thought that was interesting. Now for my dramatic reading. No, I'm just kidding.
You hear the fart sounds.
Fire up the speech sound pack.
Oh, there goes the fart detector.
Anyway, I like the idea of the Game On Spotlight segment where we actually pick a game and then everybody can play it and see how they do on it type thing.
Yeah.
One thing I would like to do is, like, we're kind of joking about it before, but let's say if somebody only has a Black Beauty joystick because it just finally picked up a Coco 2 in a garage sale or online or something, maybe we should have them mention that when they do their post scores, because that's a level of challenge way above and beyond using a deluxe or any of the modern joysticks on most games. I mean, some games you kind of require like double back, but
yeah,
I think that should be like a special mention. If somebody wins Pop Star Pilot on a Black Beauty, I would be impressed. I've never been able to do it. I've gone up to level 3 with a Black Beauty, but that was hard.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good idea because I personally have not played most of the games. So, I can participate along with you guys every week. It'll kind of make it more fun.
Yeah.
Well,
and one
I'm
other
in the
thing I'd
same
like to
boat
do.
there, Mikey.
Go ahead, David.
I was just going to say I'm in the same boat, Mikey. A lot of games, some of the games I have played, but I wasn't really a gamer much in the
me
day.
either.
So a lot of these are brand new to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because another thing I'd like to do when we do the follow-up, like the next week when everybody's played Donkey King, I would like people to actually give some strategies and what works for them or quirks of the game they discover type thing. Kind of a discussion about the game itself. I think would be a good idea too, like that super jump I mentioned for Donkey King.
Mm-hmm.
What
I'll talk about now.
Let's all be quiet now.
Now, had Rob said that we're stopping the recording, then yeah, everyone would be talking now.
Yeah, everyone would be going nuts. Talking about politicians and all sorts of other.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is thrilling.
I'm just going to mention too that suggestion of using the light as a proximity detector for Temple Run 2. I'm actually going to suggest that to Rick on Discord. So you guys go ahead and chat while I type that in.
Yeah. So another thing is, oh, go ahead, Mikey.
I was just gonna say that's just the idea. He can pick the details of what color, how to implement it. That's up to him. That's just just giving out the idea.
Is there a timer in that game? I mean, I haven't played that game in ages.
Temple of Ram, no.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You just keep
I
going
thought
until you
could
die.
start glowing when your time's running low. Oh well, that's out.
You can even have it do the proximity detector and even have it different colors depending on the monster. Like if it's the bat or whatever that thing's called that comes swarms and tries to kill you type thing, or if it's the spiders, or certain monsters could get special treatment with red alert for something that's really bad versus a blue alert for something that's not quite as bad.
How do you die? Do you have like a health level or?
Is it number of men? I can't remember now.
Yeah, I think it's like three lives or something.
Three men.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Talking of the dual color or multicolor LEDs, is there? I know. I think I've probably asked this before too, but is there documentation of what the actual poke commands are? The addresses to poke to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 3 different colors of 2 different intensities each.
Okay. So where do I go to find these the documentation?
Do you have an E2 board? Because I thought Richard actually sent that out to everybody that bought one.
Yeah, I do. But I don't know. I don't.
It wasn't in printed documentation. I think he emailed it afterwards. So maybe you can just fire him an email. He can send you the doc too.
Oh, okay. Oh, maybe I'll just go through. It's probably in my emails, and I just haven't seen it.
Actually, as a matter of fact, I gotta find it again too, because I remember reading that document, but I can't find it.
I might
again.
even still have it. Maybe I can post it in the chat or something if I still have it here.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a really useful feature for my hardware step sequences for the synthesizers. Actually, it'll actually serve a practical purpose. And the panel is off and rolling.
Yeah, I just found it. So do you guys want me to post the, where should I post this?
You post it?
Can you?
It's a pretty long message, so I don't want to post it in the chat here per se, but maybe on Discord or something.
Probably Discord in the.
Is it the PDF hardware? Or is it a?
It's actually just a chunk of stuff from an email.
So you're talking. This is the documentation you're talking about for the LEDs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So Discord and the hardware channel, maybe.
There's actually a Boomerang channel.
Oh, is there a Boomerang E2 channel?
There is.
Oh, okay.
There's too damn many channels.
There's actually one that I put in there and pinned it. So you might check first to see if it's similar. Jump to the Boomerang and then check the pins.
I'm actually doing everything on my phone at the moment, so I don't have my PC turned on. So if I close down Zoom to do something else, it's going to act like a Windows 3.1 and not OS 9, and it won't multitask properly.
You're right, Mark. You do have it pinned, the actual message from Richard on how to program the LED, amongst other things. So I won't bother reposting it. It's in there already. In the Boomerang channel on Discord.
Okay, and pinned to the top, yeah?
Yep.
Makes it easy.
From 4th of June, 2019.
Cool.
Oh, yeah, it is there.
Yep. He's even got how to force it into 512K mode through software, too.
I thought it was all relevant, so I posted it and pinned it.
I keep forgetting the pins are there because some of the channels have so many pins. It takes just as long to go through them all as it does the actual messages.
Mark actually puts a lot of pins up there, but I can't keep track of them all the time.
Yeah, sorry, but if it looks relevant, I like to pin it so you can find it later. It's easier than trying to search.
Yeah.
So yes, all the information you need is on Discord. So if you're not on Discord already, people, join in. There's a ton of channels on various topics: hardware, software, opinion pieces, stuff. information on general things. And a lot of good technically minded people. If you have any questions for programming or setting up a game or how to play a game or anything else, there's just a ton of people you can draw knowledge from. Sometimes
Well,
even me.
I shall go and check out that pin now. That's useful to know. And yeah, like you said, Curtis, I've probably got the email's probably in my inbox. So if it's in Discord, it's probably just easier just to find it on there.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Oh, I've had the document before too, but I just can't find it now.
Yeah, I found mine, but it's still in my email. But if it's on Discord, that's easier for everybody to get to, I think.
Cool.
Well, I'm going for breakfast.
I'm gonna go get some sleep soon.
Well, I did want to just mention that one of the things by formalizing the recap show and the post show is that we can also move on quicker from segments and just people know that they'll have a chance to get their additional thoughts across in the post show. So if David Ladd has more Grease Weasel and floppy stuff,
more DriveWire stuff.
You can tell him to continue on this show, and then we can all leave. He can talk to himself.
Well, whoever wants to.
I like it.
And we used to have a wrap-up show. It was just called like Final Thoughts, and it would just kind of drag on. So now people have a hard stop. They know, okay, the show's over. This is the recap show where we kind of cover anything that we didn't get to cover, or additional thoughts, or we can talk about all our thoughts around DriveWire, or we might have additional questions about Curtis's interview with Bill Noble.
And it drags on just as much as the previous version of the segment did. So that's
yes, but it has a name
like
now.
tradition.
Well, I could talk about NitrOS-9 all day.
Well, there I could too.
And sure, David and I can talk about DriveWire and floppies all day.
Yeah,
we get DriveWires working in NitrOS-9, and then all of us are going to have like a 7-hour show on it, just for Stevie.
I actually like to bring CoCoNet into this too, because that's actually not a bad protocol either.
Mm-hmm.
Is Roger still supporting that one?
Roger's not supporting it because apparently there's something involved with Tim Franklin there that Tim still owns some rights to that. So I don't know what's going on there.
Ah, okay. Now you're getting the behind the scenes stuff, folks.
Well, I'm out of here. I'm going to go have my Vegemite.
Hey, Mikey. Vegemite sandwich.
All right.
Vegemite on toast.
Yeah. I'll see you later.
All right, catch you there.
Yeah.
It was how many hours? It was almost 4 hours.
3.5.
3.5, was it?
No,
Okay.
3 and almost 10 minutes till 4 hours. Hey, Mikey, Mr. Dave 6809 was
Okay.
asking
See you
about
later.
an in-key function for
See ya.
Python.
Yeah, I responded to that.
Oh, you did? Okay, excellent.
That's all there if you scroll back.
Okay, gotcha.
I actually saw that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Tim
What is
Franklin
it,
says, I heard my name.
I'm surprised David Ladd hasn't come back in hearing his talk about floppies.
No,
Bill, I also want to double check with you. Is my Coco ready enough to come pick up this evening?
Oh yeah, she's all clean and brand new and ready to go.
Did you have any luck with that LED thing?
Not today, but like I said to you in the last message, I can do a DAT swap because we got the exact same DAT board. So
okay, yeah, if you want to do that, because I might fiddle with that if I get some time and kind of get those two keyboard mouse lock and caps lock light working.
Yeah, because I told you I had to order those opposite LEDs from what I had. So
okay.
Hey, Bill, do you have an update on your boot, your graphical boot editor?
I do have a kind of brief one because I actually have now an actual control layout that will be implemented into the actual operating system for CoWin.
Okay.
To expand multi-view, and hopefully I can actually get it going. It's still kind of in development stages yet.
And describe what the original intent was for your
basically, when a user clicks into the user area of a multi-view window, which is where your content area is, it will actually check to see if it's an actual user control, which could be a combo box, a button, or list view, or kind of control. And I have a structure laid out. I'm just seeing if it's going to be feasible.
So what does that have to do with the actual boot editor?
It's actually for the actual selection of whether you're using a 6309, whether you're using a SDC controller, whether you're using RS-232 pack.
Okay.
Yeah, it's part of the interface design to make it easier rather than have to do all that stuff manually.
Oh.
So you'd be able to access it. Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's just the development to back the GUI for it, essentially.
Yeah, it's a full GUI controlled program.
Okay.
Hearing you guys talk earlier on about OS9, I really wonder what would have happened if Tandy did keep the Coco line going and things got serious with it and some serious development happened. I wonder if it would have turned the tables on Microsoft.
Well, I think the problem for Tandy is they were promoting all their much more expensive computers as for the business line.
Well, that's exactly what happened.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just saying if they didn't do that and then they kept pushing the Coco line, because
but how could they resist? How could they resist the PC market?
Yep,
you know,
Steve
with after the first couple of years, you know, started getting clones and everything started taking off. You know, how could Tandy resist the dollar signs that they were seeing for that? And that's
Even
the
the
direction
model.
that they went.
Even the Model 4, they were making a killing on that Model 4, selling it for so long.
You know, Tandy 2000, Tandy 1000, etc.
Steve, yeah, the Tandy 1000 line is the first line that they sold that actually outsold the Coco eventually, like by 85, 86. So.
Yeah, well, that's what they started pushing after the Coco 3.
Yeah.
Right.
Steve,
so what you're asking is basically if IBM didn't release the PC, then maybe the Coco would have been the king. Who knows, right? Or maybe it would be Commodore.
I'm going to pass the stick to Marco.
Okay.
Marco, take this.
Steve Bjork had mentioned before that shelf space is a premium in any Radio Shack, of course, and that a game that sells for the Coco versus a game that sells for the PC game literally sells for more. There's more money involved. And of course, there's a lot larger market. And so which ones are going to favor? The ones where they sell a lot of them and make a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the Coco versus the Tandy 1000 line is a bit of a misnomer because that you're picturing it, you know, as competing lines within Tandy, like, you know, versus a Model 3.4 versus the Tandy 1000. But in the case of the Tandy 1000 being a PC compatible, you're not just competing with stuff within Radio Shack. You're competing against Compaq and Dell and everybody else that made PC clones too. As Mark said, you're selling games that will work on all of these. You can pull off the shelf. Are you going to sell for the one where you can sell it for computers you don't even sell in your own store, so you can sell that software 10 times over? Or would you go for the Coco, holding up the shelf space? And there's just no way they would have picked the Coco above that.
Yeah, it's just it's really, really cool though, seeing what, you know, it's this conversation today has just given me a whole lot more, you know, inspiration to start looking at, you know, ease of use. I haven't actually set aside the time to do it yet, so I should do it.
Of course, the customer was the Radio Shack stores, not actual customers. So Tandy was selling to Radio Shack stores, and what they wanted is what they got. But yeah, I hope you will start to try out ease of use. David, I do want to point out that the commercial that I did run, since I've been liberal with my use of accelerated video in some past commercials, I do want to point out that the Just Hit Clear commercial, all the ease of use videos in that commercial are actual speed.
Yeah, okay.
And that's before the Gimme X speed increase coming out soon.
Yeah, right. I'm searching through all my tickets now to see if I can find those Expo tickets, because I've still definitely got the Expo book, and I'm pretty sure I put the ticket in the book.
Yeah, if I remember, it was kind of a yellowish background or something.
Yeah, didn't it had some silver or something on it too, didn't it? Or was it?
I can't remember. It's been a while since. I still have a sample here because I think I kept that. It was the first World Expo we ever did.
Yeah, that. When you mentioned that, it's like, oh, I was there. I got one of those tickets, and I'm in Australia. I was like, yeah, that blew my mind. It just printed on a Coco 3. I was like, wow. So, yeah, that impressed me.
Did you do any other World Expos?
No, just
Curtis.
Just 1988.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I'd have to go through a list of where the World Expos were to remember.
You said that 88 one was the first one, right?
Yeah, first one we did. Yeah.
Okay, then the one
Like
I
there
went
was an
to
expo in Vancouver in '86 that we.
I went to Vancouver.
Yeah, no, that was
with my parents.
That was even before I got in the industry. So if one of the companies I did work for did do it for that, based on something else, I wouldn't have known.
What's that, Puss? You want to join the kennel, do you?
Oh no, it's Coco Cat number 2.
Or 3, because Mark's got one too. So.
Yep, Coco Cats are popular.
Nick Marotta, are you still
I have
around?
one as well.
Oh, you are.
Yep.
One thing I was wondering, I just kind of thought about it for the Game On Spotlight segment. Do we want to have any live video of people playing the game, either as not part of the actual show, but we just do it as an extra stream or a stream on Discord or something like that?
Sure.
So it can be recorded.
That'd be
Or do we
awesome.
want to do a
Especially
quick
if you
live
put-
play during the actual segment itself where you demonstrate the game?
Like do more of a split off.
So this idea has only been about 50% conceived at this point. So yeah, I'm all for. I don't know what we want to do next week. That sounds. I could play the game a little bit through VSPT, or we could have. Is there a way we could have people submit video of themselves playing?
They can do it on YouTube and submit the videos
links,
of that.
yeah.
I'll create a high score.
I mean, that'd
or
be cool if we
Twitch
could
or
put
something like that too.
together
Yeah.
Even Facebook.
a little montage of people playing.
Yep. It's all dependent on what.
Yeah, I mean, it's
people-
ideas in development. So yeah, the more interactive and fun we can make it, the better.
Plus, I mean,
Definitely.
sometimes there'll be a week where somebody just doesn't have time to play, and then they can, at least if they haven't seen the game before, they can at least see some video of what the gameplay actually looks like rather than just screenshots on my site or whatever.
I'm just about to say, I'm struggling to find time to do everything as it is.
I'll record some gameplay of what I.
You
how
don't
well I
want
do.
me. Rage Quit City.
Well, actually, we can have a competition between Mikey and Stevie's daughter Megan as to who rage quits first on each game each week. So
that's something I'm more likely to be good at.
I think they'll win the contest.
they'll rage quit first or they'll rage quit after you. I don't know what you mean by
No,
win.
they'll have better rage quits than
Stevie
mine. Mine will
Stevie
be like,
would quit first, then Megan.
yeah.
The other thing I'm not sure if I had a conversation with this already with Rob was concerned about like the Bjork games, just because.
Well, we are still live. I mean, I do want to mention. I want to jump in just because we are live on the internet.
Oh yeah.
That in general, it not specific to any particular developer. I think that the way that you put it, the games that we talk about are available wherever they're available, and you leave it at that. But if we do any of, we know Steve Bjork has some particular asks around that, and so if we do a Steve Bjork game, we'll just clear it with him and just make sure that we have our facts and our talking points in order before we go live. But I think he's very clear about not sharing links to where his games are located. A lot of people do have the original.
I was just going to mention that because I've got a ton of originals from Steve here, both Candy and his third-party stuff. So.
And we know, as I mentioned, I said this on Facebook and other places, there's nowhere to buy brand new copies of any of the Radio Shack games, right? Including the ones that are released by Steve Bjork. So everybody does the best that they can. We just don't want to share links to any of that, on the site. So I think just,
even today,
if people want to,
places,
the usual places, and if people need some private assistance with that, people will do whatever they're going to do, and we just kind of stay out of that. where we're actually telling people where to go.
One other thing I'll mention, we've talked about before, maybe people should mention the specs that they played it under, like what type of a joystick did they use in case somebody, like I said, just bought one off eBay with the Black Beauty and that's all they got. We should take into consideration, that's definitely more limiting. But for some of the games that have had, 6 through 9 optimizations, the ones I did or the original Super Pitfall, speaking of the Steve Bjork game that John optimized, maybe we should mention those too, if we get a game that is appropriate for that.
Sure.
Or even 609 optimizations. Like Nick, you've played some of the games I've optimized for the 6809, like Xeneon and stuff that are faster. They're faster version now than there was originally. So we mentioned, if there's several versions of the game available, we should mention them all, and then people who have the appropriate hardware or download the appropriate versions can at least try them both, and then maybe mention, I played a lot better on the sped up version, or I played a lot better on the slow version, or whatever.
So do we want to mix this? Do we want to allow alternate versions then?
If they're just straight optimizations like that, just to speed the game code up, like not to cheat, I think they would be fine. If you're doing it to cheat, like, I'm disabling being able to die, or I'm giving myself 255 men, then no.
What was that poke again, Curtis?
Depends on which game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? If you want to cheat to get bragging rights, then you've got bigger problems than.
No, definitely not. That's not me.
Well, the thing is, if we do the video recordings, if we do the video recordings of people playing the games and they send them to us, I mean, if somebody did do a cheat poke just to show you every level that nobody else can get to, that might be worth it. Not that they'll win this quote unquote contest, but here's all 50 screens of Cashman or something like that.
Yeah, good point.
It might be worthwhile to do it for something like that, just to show, like, we had to cheat to do it, but here's some of the levels you probably have not seen.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think you should list, anything that you're using. If you're using a PCC, you could have it accelerated to 25 megahertz or something. You could be. So I think whatever your setup is, or if you're using a Sega Genesis, I think it's just kind of appropriate to just list what you used. But as long as you're not trying to cheat, then it's fine.
Yeah, if you're going to do one where you did do a cheat poke to try to show levels above and beyond what most people would be able to play to you, you just mentioned up front, this is not entered into the contest in any way. This is just to try to show you here's what the Pie Factory looks like in Donkey King, because that's pretty hard to get to, honestly.
Or what I could say is the Matchbox at 7 megahertz in most games.
Yeah, or like, David Phillipson might do the Coco V FPGA at 25 megahertz or something.
Yeah, at 25. Yeah, exactly. That's another one.
Yeah. But by the way, Home Publisher really flies at 25 megahertz. It's actually usable.
So does Color Scripts it.
Sucks 25 times as hard.
I can't wait for Scripts it week. That'll be soon.
Hey, we might do the math tutor.
So you can fill up for the Color Scripts one. You'll have to use a 2 megabyte Coco 3, and you've got to try and fill up all the 2 megabytes with text without any spelling errors.
Oh, there you go.
In a certain amount of time.
I think we should do educational games, though. Particularly like something like I had Fraction Fever as a kid, and that was a pretty good game.
Well, even some of the Sierra Coco 1 and 2 games, like Winnie the Pooh, 100 Acre Wood, and all that stuff, those were meant as educational games. So yeah, that would be. Just because you're learning something doesn't mean the game's bad.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Stevie's not going to play it, but
no,
he doesn't want to learn
anything require more than single-digit addition. There's no way he'd go.
Oh.
So.
No.
I was just going to say, you've done it now, Curtis, because I'm tipping my house upside down trying to find this expo ticket. But what I did find when I'm tipping all my stuff upside down is my 60,000 milliwatt laser. A big one. And I'm going to try controlling off one of my Cocos. It can melt bricks.
Ben Jake's comment, he's talking about funny that it's we're talking about Donkey King, because Donkey Kong was the game where the guy, I forget the guy's name, but he won the world record and did it on an emulator and didn't disclose it.
Yeah, it's Billy
So you
Mitchell.
can't use MAME.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Well, we have to allow emulators because I mean, not everybody has the
The
hardware.
appropriate hardware. Like if they, a
We
609 game comes along like Spider Hyper, you need a 609 to play that.
Yeah.
You might need more RAM than somebody has. Somebody has a 128K Coco 3 or 16K Coco 1 and they can't play the other stuff. So yeah.
It's just for
As long as it's mentioned, I think it's okay.
If we were giving away a prize like a new Coco or something
maybe
for this,
maybe it has to be separated between 6309 and 6809, just for
games have
fairness.
both versions. That's what I was asking before about
Yeah.
the ones that I've patched and optimized. I don't add cheats. I just optimize it to run smoother, faster. And I usually pick games that are running kind of slow to begin with. Like I did a patch to Ken Kalish's Dungeon Raid to run in 609 native mode with TFMs, and it was way too fast to play. It was useless.
Oh, so if you
didn't
did
put
color
them-
car, for example, we could have separate scores for 6309 optimized, 6809 optimized, and stock.
We could. I just don't know. Is there much of advantage to the game play in those cases, or does it
I don't think
just play
so.
better because it's smoother?
Yeah,
I'll let you guys judge that.
Difference. Well, plus you're assuming that 35 people are gonna do it. I think we'll only have 4 or 5 people a week.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, good point. I'm gonna have to get going, guys, because I'm absolutely exhausted. It's 9:37 a.m. here, and I've been awake all night and all day and all night.
Yeah,
And
I
like
think I
the-
should go myself. So.
Yeah.
David O'Connor has reached the end of the line.
Yep.
Hey.
So is my pussycat has decided he wants some attention too.
Yeah,
Better
you think
go
you're
close.
sleeping? Haha,
Yeah,
human.
forget those guys.
Yeah. That's about right
Yeah,
too.
clear your agenda with your cat first.
Yep. No, you gotta sort him out.
Anything we should know about for next week other than the game contest from Mr. King, or do we have any Valentine's Day things going on, or different conventions, or I guess we can talk about it on Discord. Anything that you know of?
Before any of that comes up, I'm just going to part ways, guys, and I'll
See you,
see
David.
you on Discord and hopefully and on the panel next week if all goes according to plan.
And David, I'm going to quiz you on today's show. Where do you go to download Ease of Use? Don't help him. No.
I'm joking.
Actually, you can find it on Google if you put in Curtis's name as well, but it's lcurtisboyle.com.
Yep, it's also available in the archive too.
Oh, okay.
They usually get it a couple days after the official release.
So if you search for L. Curtis Boyle and EOU, you will find it.
Yep, cool. All right, I shall do that this week. I really will, actually. I actually, this has really inspired me, this chat we've been having today.
Yeah, and as Nick Morentis would say, if you are having trouble getting to sleep, if you download that and just fiddle with OS9 for, a couple of minutes, you should fall asleep just instantly, so you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, I won't have any troubles falling asleep. I've got narcolepsy.
You might get addicted.
I can fall asleep at the drop of a hat, literally. At the big yellow hat that Stevie's wearing. If he dropped that, I'd definitely fall asleep.
Wow. That's quite the hat. That's quite the chapeau.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to log off too. I'm going to grab something to eat quick, and then I got to head over to Bill's place, which is about an hour drive, to pick up my fixed Coco 3. So,
nice.
Yay!
I can finally start testing stuff again.
All right.
Okay, well,
catch
thank
you all
you.
later,
Thank you
guys.
for joining us for the CoCoTALK wrap-up show. Nick Marotta, final words.
No. This is great.
Play Donkey
great
King.
Show. Yeah, I'm
How about
gonna
that? Prompt you.
play Donkey King.
Not in practice mode.
Or the King, not practice mode.
Buzzard bait.
All right. Play Donkey
All right,
King. We'll see you next Saturday, everyone. We're going to hit the button.
bait because
Bye-bye.
Bye.